The old order, the world capitalist order, is tottering. It's like an old man that's tottering towards the tomb. At stake here is not just the future of the working class. It's the future of civilization, probably the future of the human race itself. The optimism of the Marxist is diametrically opposed to the pessimism of the bourgeoisie.
A national strike in Ecuador, the overthrow of the government in Sri Lanka by the masses, thousands storming parliament in Libya, the strike of the railway workers in Britain. Across the world, millions of working people are resisting against the increased cost of living, which is one of the manifestations of the crisis of capitalism.
Just a few days into 2022, increasing gas prices was a spark that provoked an uprising that led to the resignation of the government.
All the pillars of the British establishment are in crisis. The monarchy, the police, and now the Tories are tearing themselves apart and they've forced Boris Johnson out. And on top of that, the economy is in freefall.
In April, protests erupted against collapsing living standards of masses, with spiraling prices, 13-hour-long power cuts, and queues piling up for cooking gas, food, basic medicine, and every household essential. Protesters gathered under the slogan of "Go Home Quota" and 225 must go, rejecting the entire political establishment.
For the first time ever, workers in an Amazon warehouse have voted to form a union, joining the newly formed Amazon Labor Union, setting a precedent for workers all over the U.S.
This is a prime example of what the power that people have when they come together.
We have a similar process taking place in Starbucks, Apple, and elsewhere.
During the presidential elections, hundreds of university students protested, repulsed by the prospect of either bourgeois candidates. They stated neither one nor the other, thirsty for a genuine way forward.
In the IMT, we're putting these ideas into action. Given the major political, social, and economic instability that workers and young people are facing across the world, there has never been a greater need for a Marxist tendency capable of intervening decisively in the course of these great events. The IMT has taken real steps forward over the past year. We sold more than 113,500 papers, arming workers and young people with the ideas to lift themselves out of the barbarism of capitalism and build a society based on need, not profit. We launched a brand new Marxist theoretical magazine that's translated into Swedish, German, Spanish, Russian, traditional Chinese, and simplified Chinese. Already, the magazine sells 8,650 copies per issue. We're now organizing in over 50 countries. Join us and help us put these ideas into practice.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Wherever you are in the world, welcome to the International Marxist University 2022. I'm sure we're all very excited for these 4 days of talks on Marxist theory. And I can assure you that we have a great lineup of talks on world perspectives, art, philosophy, history, and economics. As well as the building of a revolutionary organization. Now, before I continue, some of you who are new here might be wondering why I'm pausing all the time. And the reason is that this conference is being translated into 10 different languages. Spanish, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, Urdu, Russian, Arabic, Indonesian, as well as Swedish. I can hear the Spanish translation in my earpiece here. And when I pause is to allow for the comrades to translate. If you want translation, you can go to our website, university.marxist.com. And there you'll find guidelines on how to set up your devices. Now, this is a truly marvelous event, which has been prepared for months. By thousands of comrades of the International Marxist Tendency. From the US to Russia, Canada to Pakistan, Britain to Brazil, to Taiwan, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, South Africa, and many other places. The comrades have been advertising, postering, leafleting, mobilizing. Sorry, I can't hear the Spanish translation. No. Yeah. Sorry, we're having a bit of... We've been preparing translations, speeches, interventions, and much more. And the result is absolutely fantastic. As of this morning, we had 6,006 people registered for this school. From 140 countries. And I'll list the countries here. There's so many. I've already sent the list to translators, so I'm not going to stop and pause after every single name, every single country. So here we go. We have revolutionaries from Afghanistan, Albania, Algeria, American Samoa, Argentina, Australia, Austria, the Bahamas, Bahrain, Bangladesh, Belgium, Belize, Bolivia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Brazil, Bulgaria, Cambodia, Cameroon, Canada, Chad, Chile, China, Colombia, Costa Rica, Croatia, Cuba, Czech Republic, Denmark, the Dominican Republic, East Timor, Ecuador, Egypt, El Salvador, Eritrea, Estonia, Ethiopia, Finland, France, Gambia, Georgia, Germany, Guatemala, Guyana, Haiti, Honduras, Hungary, India, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Ireland, Israel, Italy, Jamaica, Japan, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kenya, Kuwait, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lebanon, Lesotho, Liberia, Libya, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Macedonia, Madagascar, Malawi, Malaysia, Mauritania, Mauritius, Mexico, Moldova, Morocco, Mozambique, Myanmar, Namibia, Nepal, Netherlands, New Zealand, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Norway, Oman, Pakistan, the Palestinian occupied territories, Panama, Papua New Guinea, Paraguay, Peru, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Puerto Rico, Romania, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Serbia, Singapore, Slovakia, Slovenia, Somalia, South Africa, South Korea, South Sudan, Spain, Sri Lanka, Sudan, Swaziland, Sweden, Switzerland, Syria, Taiwan, Tajikistan, Thailand, Trinidad and Tobago, Tunisia, Turkey, Ukraine, United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom, United States, Uruguay, Venezuela, Vietnam, Yemen, and Zambia. Now, this is an absolutely fantastic achievement. That revolutionaries all over the world are coming together to study Marxist theory. We also have watch parties in towns, cities, and villages all over the world. And if you would like to join one of these, you can get in touch via the chat or via our website, and we can see if there's one near you. Otherwise, I propose that you consider setting up your own watch party with your friends and comrades. Now, this is an absolutely unique event. Nowhere in the world will you find an event with the quality and breadth of this one. And that's a fact. So we should make sure to spread the word about it as broadly as possible. And I'm asking all of you to share your photos and in particular videos of yourselves, your watch parties. And your thoughts about the school on social media using the hashtag IMU22, so IMU22. In that way, we can also spread the mood of revolutionary enthusiasm which exists amongst all of us here. Now, comrades, this school is organized by the International Marxist Tendency. Which is a revolutionary Marxist organization with work in more than 50 countries worldwide. And as much as this school will be fun and interesting, that's not the reason why we have organized it. Now, Lenin once said that without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. The purpose of this school is to raise our understanding of the laws of nature, human society, and of the class struggle, so as to prepare ourselves to intervene in the revolutionary movements which lie ahead of us. So if you're not already a member of the IMT, I'll encourage you to study our ideas during this school. And if you're convinced, join us in the struggle for socialist revolution. You can write to us either in the chat or on marxist.com/join. Now I'll not take up much more of your time. We have a very interesting discussion ahead of us about the perspectives for world revolution. Presented by Comrade Alan Woods of the IMT. Alan is the editor of the Marxist.com website and the In Defense of Marxism Theoretical magazine. He's written many books on Marxist theory that I don't have time to list here. Except to highlight his latest one, The History of Philosophy from a Marxist Perspective. As well as Bolshevism, The Road to Revolution, which is a history of the Bolshevik Party. And Reason in Revolt, Marxist Philosophy and Modern Science. Alan will be speaking for about an hour and a half, and then we'll have a discussion. So Alan, if you're ready.
Yep. Yes, comrades, when we come to analyze the present world situation, it first appears to be a very complicated web of contradictory processes. And superficially, at least, the main tendencies appear to be the very opposite of revolutionary.
Superficialmente, las tendencias principales aparecen a simple vista, aparecen lo contrario a revolucionarias.
And impressionistic minds will draw the most pessimistic conclusions from this.
Los que tengan mentes impresionistas sacarán conclusiones pesimistas de todo esto.
But that would be a fundamental mistake.
Pero eso sería un error fundamental.
Because when we come to analyze events,
Cuando pasamos a analizar los acontecimientos,
we must not base ourselves on appearances,
no debemos basarnos en apariencias,
but to penetrate deeper
sino penetrar más profundamente
in order to understand the underlying processes.
para comprender los procesos
Now, the strategists of capital are incapable of understanding the real processes taking place in society.
Los estrategas del capital son incapaces de comprender los procesos reales que están teniendo lugar en la sociedad.
Precisely because they're hopeless empirics who only see the surface of events.
Precisamente porque son empíricos incompetentes que solo ven la superficie de los acontecimientos.
These people constantly appeal to the facts. Give us the facts, you know.
Esta gente siempre hace un llamamiento a los hechos, dadme los hechos.
But they're incapable of seeing the deeper processes
Pero son incapaces de ver los procesos más profundos
that are quietly maturing beneath the surface.
que silenciosamente están madurando debajo de la superficie.
In quite a literal sense, they cannot see the wood for the trees.
En un sentido literal, los árboles no les dejan ver el bosque.
For these ladies and gentlemen, dialectical thinking is a book sealed with 7 seals.
Para estas damas y caballeros, el pensamiento dialéctico es un libro sellado con 7 sellos.
Yes, but occasionally, very occasionally,
Pero sí, ocasionalmente, muy ocasionalmente,
they are capable of arriving at the correct idea.
son capaces de llegar a la idea correcta.
Allow me to quote from an article from the Financial Times of the 28th of June.
Permitidme que haga una cita del periódico Financial Times de fecha 28 de junio,
Written by a man called Martin Wolf, who's one of the main strategists of capitalism.
escrito por un hombre que se llama Martin Wolf, que es uno de los estrategas, un gran estratega de la burguesía.
And he writes the following.
Y escribe lo siguiente:
This new epoch of the world, he's referring to a new epoch. That's interesting.
esta nueva época del mundo, y se refiere a época, esto es interesante,
Is creating huge challenges.
está creando enormes desafíos.
It is possible,
Es posible,
he writes, perhaps even probable,
incluso puede que probable,
that the world system will shatter.
que el sistema mundial se haga añicos.
Now, if you just look at the surface, of course,
Si simplemente miras a la superficie, por supuesto,
this prediction seems rather improbable.
esta predicción parece bastante improbable.
But if you dig deeper,
Pero si ahondamos más
It-
profundamente,
it's quite correct.
es bastante correcto.
And that's precisely our task
Y esa es precisamente nuestra tarea
as Marxists,
como marxistas,
to dig deeper
cavar más profundamente,
using the scientific method of dialectics.
utilizando el método científico de la dialéctica.
Now, as you know, one of the basic laws of dialectics
Como sabéis, una de las leyes básicas de la dialéctica
is the law of the transformation of quantity into quality,
es la ley de la transformación de cantidad a calidad,
in which a series of small,
en la que una serie de pequeños
apparently insignificant changes
y aparentemente cambios insignificantes
eventually reach a critical point
al final alcanzan un punto crítico
where there's a qualitative leap.
en el que se da un salto cualitativo
And at a certain point,
y en un momento dado
things change into their opposite.
las cosas cambian en su contrario.
Now, it's true that the objective conditions vary from one country to another.
Es verdad que las condiciones objetivas varían de un país a otro.
Events can move at a quicker or slower pace.
Los acontecimientos pueden suceder a un ritmo más rápido o más lento.
That is true.
Eso es verdad.
But everywhere,
Pero por todas
without exception,
sin excepción,
events are moving in the same direction
los acontecimientos están yendo en la misma dirección,
towards greater instability
hacia mayor inestabilidad
and an enormous intensification
y una enorme intensificación
of the contradictions at all levels,
de las contradicciones a todos los niveles,
economic,
económico,
social,
social
and political.
y político.
And most important of all,
Y lo más importante de todo,
we see at least the beginning
y al menos vemos el principio
of significant changes
de cambios significativos
taking place in the psychology of the masses.
que están teniendo lugar en la psicología de las masas.
And that is what is preparing the way
Y eso es lo que está preparando el camino
for great social and political explosions.
para grandes explosiones sociales y políticas.
One thing is absolutely clear.
Y una cosa es absolutamente cierta.
Sharp and sudden changes are implicit in the whole situation.
Cambios bruscos y repentinos están implícitos en toda la situación.
We saw this at the beginning of the year in Kazakhstan.
Vimos esto al principio del año en Kazajstán
We're seeing it now again before our very eyes.
y lo vemos otra vez, está ahí delante de nuestros ojos.
In Ecuador,
En Ecuador
and particularly in Sri Lanka.
y particularmente en Sri Lanka.
Now, these are not isolated events, they're not accidents.
Estos no son acontecimientos aislados, no son accidentes.
They resemble the kind of heat lightning
Se parecen como a relámpagos
that announce the coming of a storm.
y anuncian una tormenta.
Therefore, at all times,
Así pues,
we must keep a firm grasp on the fundamental processes.
debemos mantener una comprensión firme de los procesos fundamentales.
Not be distracted by this or that detail.
Y no ser distraídos por este o aquel detalle.
And that's above all necessary when we come to deal with war.
Y eso es particularmente necesario cuando tratamos del tema de la guerra,
Which Napoleon described as the most complex equation of all.
que Napoleón describió como la ecuación más compleja de todas.
Now, the dominating feature in the world situation at the present time is the war in the Ukraine. That's clear.
El elemento dominante de la situación en la situación internacional en estos momentos es la guerra en Ucrania.
Of course, it is impossible. It's physically impossible to be precise about the timing of events in any war.
Por supuesto, es prácticamente, o sea, es imposible ser preciso acerca del ritmo de los acontecimientos.
Shouldn't even try.
Ni siquiera deberíamos de intentar.
There are too many variables in the situation
Hay demasiadas variables en esta ecuación
to be absolutely certain.
para poder ser totalmente cierto.
But you know, there's an old saying,
Pero existe un viejo dicho:
if you play with fire,
si juegas con el fuego,
you're quite likely to get your fingers burnt.
muy probablemente te vas a quemar los dedos.
And this excellent advice appears to have been forgotten by the bourgeoisie and its
Y
strategists.
este excelente consejo parece haber sido olvidado por la burguesía y sus estrategas.
Now they're learning the lesson the hard way.
Y ahora están aprendiendo la lección de la forma más dura.
Now, what is the Marxist attitude towards war?
¿Cuál es la actitud de los marxistas hacia la guerra?
It says nothing in common with the stupid moralistic nonsense of the pacifists.
Nada que ver con la actitud moralizante sentimental de los pacifistas.
Who tell us, as if we didn't know, that war is a very bad thing because people get killed, as if we didn't know this.
Dirán que la guerra está muy mal porque la gente es matada.
But you know, Marxists cannot adopt a sentimental or moralistic attitude towards war. It's completely out of place.
Pero los marxistas no podemos tener una actitud sentimental hacia la guerra. Eso está fuera de lugar.
Whether you like it or not,
Porque os guste o no,
war is a fact of life.
la guerra es un hecho de la vida.
And it does serve a useful purpose
O sea, tiene un propósito útil,
in as much as it accelerates the processes,
en el sentido de que acelera los procesos
bringing all the contradictions to a critical point.
y trae a todas las contradicciones a un punto crítico.
And the Ukrainian events are no exception to this.
Y los acontecimientos en Ucrania no son una excepción.
The Ukrainian war
La guerra en Ucrania
has served to sharply define all existing tendencies,
ha servido para definir claramente todas las tendencias existentes.
starting with the Social Democrats, the right-wing reformists, of course,
Empezando con los socialdemócratas y los reformistas, por supuesto,
who immediately jumped on the chariot of imperialism and of NATO.
que inmediatamente se sumaron al carro del imperialismo de la OTAN.
And as usual, the cowardly left reformists
Y como es usual, la cobardía de los reformistas de izquierda
have been dragged behind the right wing,
han sido arrastrados detrás del ala de derechas,
incapable of playing any independent role.
incapaces de jugar ningún papel independiente.
They've all fallen for the hypocritical propaganda of the imperialists.
Todos han caído bajo el influjo de la propaganda hipócrita de los imperialistas.
Weeping crocodile tears about the fate of the poor Ukrainians.
Llorando lágrimas de cocodrilo de los pobres ucranianos.
We are the first people to sympathize with the plight of the terrible plight of the poor civilians in the Ukraine.
Nosotros somos los primeros que nos solidarizamos con lo que está padeciendo el pobre pueblo ucraniano.
We're not prepared to fall for this disgraceful propaganda.
Pero no estamos dispuestos a caer bajo los efectos de esta vergonzosa propaganda.
These people do not grasp the self-evident fact
Esta gente no comprende un hecho autoevidente
that in this war, the Ukrainians
de que en esta guerra los ucranianos
are merely pawns in the hands of US imperialism. That's all.
meramente peones en manos del imperialismo.
And if we speak of the Ukrainian regime, the government, then they're reactionary pawns into the bargain.
Y desde luego, estando en las manos del imperialismo estadounidense, son peones reaccionarios.
No, the Ukrainian government is mistranslated. But an interesting case is Germany,
Un caso interesante es Alemania,
where the most rabid warmongers are actually the Greens,
donde los partidarios más furibundos de la guerra son los verdes,
who in the past considered themselves to be pacifists.
que en el pasado se consideraban haber sido pacifistas.
And now you see these petty bourgeois pacifists
Y ahora vemos a estos pequeños burgueses pacifistas
have immediately jumped into the camp of imperialist reaction.
que rápidamente han saltado al campo de reacción imperialista.
Oh, yes, my friends. Yes, things do change into their opposite, don't they?
Sí, sí, amigos, las cosas se convierten en su contrario.
And what have we got to say about the so-called Trotskyist sects,
¿Qué tenemos que decir acerca de los llamados trotskistas,
who likewise surrendered to the pressure of imperialism
que igualmente se han rendido a las presiones del imperialismo
and the hysterical propaganda of the media?
y la histérica propaganda de los medios de comunicación?
Oh, yes, indeed. War is very useful
Oh, sí, la guerra es muy útil
in laying bare all the contradictions
para poner al desnudo todas las contradicciones
and mercilessly exposing the weaknesses
y mostrar despiadadamente todas las debilidades
of those who falsely claim to be left-wing
de todos aquellos que falsamente reclaman ser de la izquierda,
and even worse, those who claim to stand for the ideas of Lenin and Trotsky.
e incluso peor, aquellos que dicen defender falsamente las ideas de Lenin y Trotsky.
And we can be proud of the fact
Nosotros podemos estar
that our international,
hecho de que nuestra internacional,
the IMT,
la CNI,
has kept its head
ha mantenido su cabeza
and stood firm against all the hysterical warmongering barrage.
y se ha mantenido firme ante toda la acometida belicista histérica.
Let us speak clearly.
Hablemos claro,
There's absolutely no room in our ranks
no hay absolutamente lugar en nuestras filas
for weak elements who bend under pressure in wartime.
para elementos que muestran puntos débiles en la hora de la guerra.
We do not have one policy for wartime and another totally different policy for peacetime. We don't have that.
Tenemos una política para tiempos de guerra y otra política para tiempos de paz.
We always pursue the same line, the same policy,
Siempre seguimos la misma línea, la
and,
misma política.
and that's a class policy.
Y esa es una política de clase.
We're told that Vladimir Putin is our enemy.
Se nos dice que Putin es nuestro enemigo.
Oh, yes, Putin is our enemy. Yes, he is, of
Sí,
course.
pues Putin es nuestro enemigo, sí.
But the task of settling accounts with Putin lies with the Russian working class and only with the Russian working class.
Pero la tarea de ajustar las cuentas con Putin está entre la clase obrera rusa y solo con ellos.
The idea that NATO and imperialism can represent a progressive alternative to Putin is a blatant and appalling lie.
La idea de que la OTAN y el imperialismo pueden ser una alternativa a Putin, eso es una mentira completa.
Our task is to fight against our own bourgeoisie
Nuestra tarea es luchar contra nuestra propia burguesía
and our own imperialist ruling class,
y nuestra propia clase dirigente imperialista,
not to be pushed directly or indirectly
y no ser empujados directa o indirectamente
into an alliance with them
a una alianza con ellos,
on the grounds that we must fight against the evil Putin.
con el pretexto de que tenemos que luchar contra el malvado Putin.
However evil he might be,
No importa cuán malo es,
but ladies and gentlemen in Washington and London
estos damas y caballeros en Washington y Londres
are 1,000 times more evil
son 1000 veces más malvados
and counter-revolutionary.
y contrarrevolucionarios.
Their hands are stained with far more blood, by the way.
Sus manos están manchadas con mucha más sangre
And therefore we must stand always firmly for class politics
y por lo tanto nosotros siempre tenemos que estar firmes por una política de clase
and uphold the basic Leninist principle.
y defender el principio leninista básico.
The real enemy is at home.
El auténtico enemigo está en casa.
That's the essential point.
Ese es el punto esencial.
We must not lose sight of it for a single second.
No debemos perderle de vista ni un solo segundo.
Now, so there's some, even in a horrible situation like this, there is some elements of unconscious humor.
Sabéis, incluso en una situación como esta, existe de una manera inconsciente un cierto nivel de humor.
Everybody knows that NATO is an aggressive imperialist alliance controlled by US imperialism. Everybody knows this.
Sabe que la OTAN es una organización agresiva enteramente controlada por el imperialismo norteamericano.
But it's quite amusing to see
Y casi resulta
that the public face of NATO is never an American, never, ever.
es gracioso ver que la cara pública de la OTAN nunca es una cara americana.
It's always a nice Scandinavian gentleman.
Siempre resulta ser un caballero escandinavo amable.
Why?
¿Por qué?
Well, because everybody knows that Scandinavians are nice, peaceful folk who abhor war or violence of any kind.
Porque todo el mundo sabe que los escandinavos son amables, pacíficos y que aborrecen la guerra o la violencia de cualquier tipo.
So General Jens Stoltenberg,
Así que el general Jens Stoltenberg,
that flint-faced Norwegian,
ese noruego de cara de palo,
who pretends to be the General Secretary of NATO,
que pretende ser el secretario general de esa organización,
he announced that with great pleasure that more Scandinavians were going to join this gang.
anunciaba que más escandinavos van a entrar en esa banda.
Sweden and Finland were going to join.
Suecia y Finlandia van a entrar.
Because Turkey had withdrawn its objections.
Después de que Turquía había retirado sus objeciones.
Yes, he didn't say why Turkey had withdrawn its objections.
Pero él no dijo por qué Turquía ha retirado sus objeciones.
In reality, this was a sordid deal with Erdogan.
En realidad, esto fue el resultado de un sórdido acuerdo con Erdogan.
He put a pistol to the head of NATO
Él puso una pistola a la cabeza de la OTAN
and gave them an alternative. Or in the words of Marlon Brando, he made them an offer they couldn't refuse.
les dio una alternativa que, en palabras de Marlon Brando, les hizo una propuesta que no podían rechazar.
Throw the Kurds to the wolves,
Echar a los kurdos a los lobos
or forget about Sweden and Finland joining NATO.
u olvidaros de que Suecia y Finlandia puedan entrar en la OTAN.
And they soon made their mind up.
Y rápidamente se llegaron, se pusieron de acuerdo.
President Erdogan's office said that it had got what it wanted.
De hecho, los representantes del presidente Erdogan dijeron que hemos conseguido lo que queríamos.
You may have noticed a couple of days ago,
Y quizás lo habéis notado, hace un par de días,
Turkish artillery bombarded a tourist resort
la artillería turca bombardeó un complejo turístico
in northern Iraq,
en Irak, en el norte,
killing men, women, and children.
y mató mató
innocent civilians.
hombres, mujeres y niños, todos civiles.
Now, just imagine if it had been the Russians doing something like that in the Ukraine.
Imaginaros si hubiera sido Rusia haciendo eso en Ucrania.
Imagine the outcry,
Imaginaros el clamor,
the indignation about the barbarity of killing innocent women and
la
children.
indignación de matar hombres, mujeres y niños.
Where was the condemnation of Sweden and Finland, of Washington and London?
¿Dónde estaba la condena de Suecia y Finlandia, de Washington o de Londres?
Nothing, of course, nothing.
Nada, por supuesto.
Only a deafening silence.
Solo un silencio ensordecedor.
This action in and of itself
Esta acción en sí misma
exposes the complete cynicism and hypocrisy
desenmascara el cinismo, el total
of
cinismo
both the main imperialist powers
tanto de ambos países imperialistas
and those sniveling Scandinavian scoundrels
y de esos lloricas escandinavos sinvergüenzas
who hide behind the fake facade of democracy, neutrality, and pacifism.
que se esconden detrás de la falsa fachada de democracia, neutralidad y pacifismo.
We leave them alone.
Les debamos dejar.
Now, on the war itself,
En cuanto a la guerra,
it is certainly true
es ciertamente verdad
that Putin initially made a mistake.
que Putin inicialmente cometió un error.
He thought he would take Kiev in a very short space of time.
Pensó que iba a tomar Kiev en un periodo de tiempo breve.
I must put my hand up and plead guilty.
Yo tengo que alzar la mano y declarar
I thought the same thing,
porque pensé lo mismo.
and I wasn't the only one.
Pero yo no era el único.
The CIA and the Pentagon had exactly the same perspective.
La CIA y el Pentágono tenían exactamente la misma perspectiva.
That's why they sent a helicopter to Zelensky to offer to fly him out of the country.
Esa fue la razón por la que le ofrecieron a Zelensky un helicóptero para que escapara del país.
But things turned out differently.
Pero las cosas terminaron saliendo diferentemente.
The Ukrainian army, which used to be an insignificant force,
El ejército ucraniano solía ser una fuerza insignificante.
but armed and trained by NATO, it turned out to be quite a serious fighting force.
Entrenado por la OTAN, ha demostrado ser una fuerza luchadora mucho más seria.
And the Russians had to abandon their original aims
Y los rusos tuvieron que abandonar sus propósitos originales
and operate on the basis of a more realistic plan,
y operar sobre las bases de un plan más realista,
namely to take over the Donbass,
a saber, tomar Donbass,
which they have done.
que es lo que han hecho.
But most of it, I think they control about 3/4 of it. The rest will fall in a measurable space of time.
Actualmente, más o menos controlan 2/3 y el resto, 3/4 pues lo terminarán.
They changed their tactics,
Han cambiado sus tácticas,
advancing slowly but surely,
avanzando despacio pero seguro,
using the strength of their artillery
utilizando la fuerza de su artillería
to bomb the objectives into submission.
para bombardear
Los objetivos.
los objetivos
And inflicting very heavy losses on the Ukrainians, by the way.
y infligir unas pérdidas cuantiosas entre los ucranianos.
Very heavy losses which the Ukrainians cannot sustain indefinitely.
Unas pérdidas que los ucranianos no pueden mantener permanentemente.
A recent report by Ukrainian and Western intelligence officials
Un reciente informe de oficiales occidentales
revealed that the Ukrainians are facing huge difficulties.
comenta que los ucranianos se enfrentan a unas grandes dificultades.
They're suffering massive losses.
Están sufriendo unas pérdidas masivas
They're outgunned 20-1 in artillery
y están superados en una relación de 20-40
and 40-1 in ammunition.
y 40-1 en lo que se refiere a munición.
And the Ukrainians now admit
Y los admiten ahora
that around 200 Ukrainian soldiers are being killed every day
que unos 200 soldados soldados ucranianos están siendo matados cada día.
That was up from 100 last month.
Y eso es después de que el mes pasado la media era de 100 al día.
And if you include those that are wounded and injured,
Y si se incluyen aquellos que están heridos,
it means there are as many as 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers
cerca de 1,000 soldados ucranianos
are being taken out of action every day.
que quedan fuera de acción todos los días.
Now, this is an unsustainable position,
Esta es una situación insostenible,
particularly as the losses include mainly experienced battle-hardened troops
particularmente porque las pérdidas consisten principalmente de tropas con experiencia y aguerridas.
who are being replaced by untrained and poorly armed conscripts.
Están siendo sustituidos por conscriptos malamente armados y sin entrenamiento.
The report goes on to say
El informe continúa diciendo
that the situation in the Donbass
que la situación en el Donbass
is having, quote, a seriously demoralizing effect on the Ukrainian forces.
está teniendo un efecto desmoralizante entre las fuerzas ucranianas.
For the first time since the war began,
Empezó la guerra,
there's now serious concern about desertion.
hay una preocupación fundamental sobre el peligro de las deserciones.
And even mutinies with Ukrainian soldiers refusing to obey orders to go into battle.
Incluso motines de soldados que rehusan seguir las órdenes de entrar en batalla.
Now, there's many I could report in detail from this interesting report,
Hay muchas cosas más que podría decir acerca de este informe,
but I don't have time to do so.
pero no tengo tiempo de hacer esto.
But it's quite catastrophic. It's quite catastrophic.
Es bastante catastrófico.
And Zelensky is shouting all the time for more weapons and more money.
Zelensky está gritando todo el tiempo cada vez más alto que necesita más armas y más dinero.
They insist that the US weapons, new weapons from America, will change the course of the war.
Insisten que las armas que vengan de los Estados Unidos podría cambiar el curso de la guerra.
The Ukrainian defense minister, Alexei Reznikov,
Alexei Reznikov, el ministro de Defensa ucraniano,
actually claims that these weapons, these new wonder weapons,
de hecho dice que estas armas maravillosas
will allow the Ukraine not just to seize back the occupied territory in the Donbass,
permitiría a Ucrania no solo volver a tomar el territorio ocupado del Donbass,
but also Crimea,
sino también la propia Crimea,
which, as you know, is part of the Russian Federation now.
que como sabéis ahora es parte de la Federación Rusa.
I ask myself what galaxy these gentlemen are living in.
Me pregunto en qué galaxia viven estos caballeros.
Ukraine now depends entirely on the military support of the USA, entirely.
Ucrania depende ahora totalmente, está totalmente dependiente militarmente del apoyo que le den los Estados Unidos.
And Reznikov says that the Western military support for the Ukraine will never stop, quote unquote, will never stop.
Dice que el apoyo militar a Ucrania por parte del Occidente nunca debe de.
My friends, that remains to be seen.
Amigos míos, eso está por ver.
It's true that the USA has given billions of dollars to the Ukraine. Billions.
Que los Estados Unidos le ha dado miles de millones de dólares en ayuda a Ucrania.
But this represents a very serious drain on the resources for even the wealthiest country on earth.
Pero esto representa un enorme gasto de recursos incluso para el país más rico del mundo.
And the Ukrainians, instead of being grateful, they complain all the time that we're not getting enough.
Y los ucranianos, en lugar de estar agradecidos, no dejan de quejarse de que no les llega suficiente.
Here's one, I've got a good one from a Ukrainian official, unnamed.
Aquí tengo una muy buena de un oficial ucraniano anónimo.
He says, we are, of course, very grateful for our allies for their support.
Que dice, sí, por supuesto, estamos muy agradecidos a nuestros aliados por su apoyo.
The new weapons are welcome.
Las nuevas armas son bienvenidas.
But when they announce that they are sending military aid to the Ukraine,
cuando anuncian que están enviando ayuda militar a Ucrania,
the Western governments should also perhaps clarify to their public
los gobiernos occidentales quizás también deberían de clarificar a su público
the quantities involved.
las cantidades que están involucradas.
In other words, it's not enough.
En otras palabras, obviamente no es
It
suficiente.
isn't enough.
No es suficiente.
And all this nonsense about the wonder weapons that are going to change everything, you can take that with a pinch of salt.
Y todas estas teorías de que estas maravillosas armas van a cambiar todo, pues eso también hay que mirarlo con suspicacia.
And they have some effect, of course. I don't deny that. They have some effect.
Tendrán algún efecto, por
But not sufficient to make up the huge difference that exists.
pero no suficiente para que pueda compensar las grandes diferencias que existen.
The fact of the matter is that on the battlefield, Kiev is losing ground.
El hecho es que en el terreno militar Kiev está perdiendo el terreno.
Meanwhile, the US and its allies
Y mientras tanto, los Estados Unidos y sus aliados
cannot even agree about the real aims of the war.
no pueden llegar a un acuerdo acerca de cuáles son los propósitos reales de la guerra.
Biden recently said
Recientemente, Biden dijo
that America's main goal
que el propósito principal de América
is the preservation of
es la conservación de
a free and independent Ukraine.
una Ucrania libre e independiente.
But that opinion is not shared by his main European allies, France and Germany.
Pero ese objetivo no es compartido por los aliados europeos principales, Francia y Alemania.
Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor,
Olaf Scholz, el ministro de Hacienda o canciller alemán,
has often said that Russia must not win,
muy a menudo ha dicho que Rusia no debe de ganar.
but he has never said that the Ukraine must achieve victory, and that's an important point.
Ha dicho nunca que Ucrania deba de lograr la victoria. Esto es un punto importante.
Yeah, France and Germany have got a similar position in this respect.
Francia y Alemania tienen una posición bastante parecida.
Of course, we have the lunatics in London, the government of lunatics,
Por supuesto, tenemos un gobierno de lunáticos en Londres
and of course the other lunatics in the Baltic states,
y también los otros lunáticos en los países bálticos
and Poland.
y Polonia.
Although I see the Baltics, the Lithuania just had to retreat on the question of supplies to Kaliningrad, isn't it? Yes,
He visto que antes, ¿quién ha sido?
Kaliningrad. It doesn't matter. The Lithuania had to retreat.
Lituania ha tenido que abandonar la idea de enviar.
But they're trying to, in the NATO meeting in Madrid, tried to present a picture of unity.
La reunión de la OTAN en Madrid trató de presentar un ambiente de
Unidad.
unidad,
But splits are opening up,
pero están abriéndose escisiones,
both within the United States
tanto en los Estados Unidos
and between the USA and its European allies.
y entre los Estados Unidos y los aliados europeos.
Of course, they have to maintain publicly. They try to maintain a brave face.
Claro, públicamente están tratando de mantener una cara así como de aire valiente.
Everyone, including Scholz and Macron, agrees, at least in public, agrees
Al menos Scholz y Macron, y al menos en público,
that there would be no peace deal imposed on Ukraine.
que no va a haber un acuerdo de paz impuesto sobre Ucrania.
But the Ukrainian regime has got a different impression altogether.
Pero el régimen ucraniano tiene una impresión totalmente diferente.
They're afraid that they're going to be forced to do a peace deal
Se temen que van a obligarles a adoptar un acuerdo
and to concede the lost territory
y aceptar la concesión de territorios
because they're not receiving enough powerful weapons to prevent Russia advancing on the battlefield.
porque no están recibiendo suficiente armamento para impedir que Rusia siga avanzando en el campo de batalla.
And by the way, advisors to Biden
Por cierto, consejeros de Biden
have already been debating internally
ya han estado debatiendo internamente
whether Zelensky should modify his definition of a Ukrainian victory
de si Zelensky debería de modificar su definición de una victoria ucraniana,
adjusting for the possibility that his country has, quote, shrunk irreversibly.
y ajustar a la posibilidad de que su país, cito con comillas, ha encogido irreversiblemente.
For the economic position of the Ukraine, there's no need to mention, is a complete catastrophe.
La situación económica de Ucrania no hace falta mencionarla, es de un estado totalmente catastrófico.
One of an economic advisor to Zelensky
Un consejero económico de Zelensky,
called Oleg Ustenko,
llamado Oleg Ustenko,
says that the country now needs $9 billion a month from the West. $9 billion, not million, $9 billion a month.
dice que ahora el país necesita 9.000 millones de dólares al mes
Just
que le vengan del occidente,
to plug its budget deficit.
simplemente para cubrir su déficit presupuestario.
Previously, they gave the figure of between 5 and 6 billion.
Anteriormente daban la cifra de 5.000 a 6.000 millones de dólares.
And if they don't get the money, they say,
Y dicen, si
they'll have to default
si no conseguimos in
September.
vamos a tener que ir al impago.
Now, look at it from the standpoint of the imperialists.
Miradlo ahora desde el punto de vista de los imperialistas.
Although they would like to see Russia being defeated, but that's not likely.
Aunque les gustaría ver a Rusia ser derrotada, eso no parece que pueda ser posible.
They got big doubts about pouring more money down a black hole.
Tienen muchas dudas de seguir echando dinero en un agujero negro.
And the Europeans are even less keen.
Y los europeos son incluso menos propensos a hacer eso.
In April, the European Commissioner, the European Union, promised to give 9 billion euros to the Ukraine.
En abril último, la Unión Europea se comprometió a dar 9.000 millones de euros a Ucrania.
This is in an economic crisis.
Esto en el medio de una crisis económica.
And who's going to pay all that money?
¿Y quién va a pagar todo ese dinero?
Well, the Germans, of course.
Por supuesto, los alemanes.
Deutsche Bank, of course. Yeah. The Germans are not very happy about it. They're not very keen about that for some reason.
Los alemanes pues no están muy contentos con eso.
So they blocked it.
Así que lo han bloqueado.
So the Ukrainians have not received 9 billion. I think they've been promised 1 billion.
Así que los ucranianos no han recibido esos 9 millones. Creo que lo que han recibido hasta ahora es 1.000 millones.
Now, you see, incidentally, the Wall Street Journal published an article on the 13th of June
El Wall Street Journal publicó un artículo el 13 de junio
asking whether a large number of these billions have ended up in the pockets of the oligarchs, the bank accounts of the oligarchs.
parte de estos miles de millones que se están enviando no habrán terminado en los bolsillos de los oligarcas.
Well, you can be sure of that.
Bueno, pues de eso podremos estar seguros.
Ukraine is probably the most corrupt country on earth.
Porque probablemente Ucrania sea el país más corrupto del mundo.
Or maybe the Pakistan comrades and the Nigerian comrades will object that their country is much more corrupt. That's superior to the Ukrainians. It's only a matter of time before this scandal erupts, by the way.
Solo va a ser una cuestión de tiempo antes de que ese escándalo salga.
And public opinion in America is turning sides, not very keen on the war anyway.
Y la opinión pública americana que no están muy contentos con la guerra.
I think only about 30% support Biden's Ukrainian policy. I'm open to correction.
Creo que solo hay un 30% de la población norteamericana que apoya la política de Biden en relación a la guerra.
But I saw a very interesting poll.
Pero vi una encuesta recientemente
Which found the following.
que averiguar lo siguiente.
Sanctions hurt the US more than Russia.
La pregunta de las sanciones duelen más, o sea, perjudican más a los Estados Unidos que a Rusia.
56% for, 42% against.
Un 56% está de acuerdo, un 42% en contra.
Second one, it's okay for the US to let Ukraine lose to Russia.
La siguiente pregunta es, ¿está bien que los Estados Unidos dejen que Ucrania pierda ante Rusia?
45% to 40% in favor.
Un 45 a favor y un 40%.
And here's a real good one.
Y aquí tenemos una realmente buena.
It would be better to get Biden out of the White House than Putin out of the Kremlin.
Cuando se preguntó, sería mejor deshacerse de Biden, o sea, sacar a Biden de la Casa Blanca, que a Putin sacarlo del Kremlin.
Approved 56% to 43%.
De acuerdo, era un 56% y en contra un 43%.
Now, on the question of sanctions,
Sobre la cuestión de las sanciones,
they've been going now for what, 4 or 5 months?
han estado practicándose, o sea, puestas en marcha como, ¿cuánto? ¿4, 5 meses?
It's an economic war against Russia.
Es una guerra económica contra Rusia.
But it's not going to plan.
Pero no está yendo según planes.
In fact, the Russians are getting more from the sale of oil and gas now than what they were before.
De hecho, ahora los rusos están consiguiendo más por ingresos por los combustibles que antes de la invasión de Ucrania.
Partly because of the increase in prices. And partly from the fact that the West has not stopped them from selling oil and gas anyway.
En parte porque el occidente no les han, o sea, que no han puesto grandes esfuerzos en restringir sus ventas.
Let's take one example.
Tomemos un solo ejemplo.
Italy in May
Italia, en el mes de mayo,
received about 400,000 barrels of Russian oil a day, every day.
recibieron, en el mes de mayo, los italianos recibieron 400.000 barriles de petróleo ruso al día.
That's 4 times the pre-war level.
Eso son 4 veces más que el periodo pre-invasión.
At the same time, Russia's got plenty of customers for their oil and gas, oil in particular.
Y al mismo tiempo, Rusia ha sido capaz de venderle bastante petróleo a muchos otros compradores.
For example, to India and China.
Por ejemplo, a la India, a China.
And by the way, these sanctions cut both ways, you know.
Y, por cierto, estas sanciones tienen un doble filo.
The West suddenly realized
Porque el occidente
that Russia has got a lot of important gases,
tiene unos
chemical gases,
gases químicos muy importantes.
like helium and neon, for example,
Como helio, neón
and argon is another one,
y argón,
which are absolutely necessary for the production of electronics.
que son absolutamente necesarios para la producción de productos electrónicos.
For example, they account for 30% of the consumption of world consumption of neon.
Por ejemplo, en el consumo de neón, ellos suponen el 30% de las cosas.
So that's a problem, isn't it?
Eso es un problema.
They've had, by the way, I see they just had to do a deal on the wheat. We'll see if it lasts, but they had to do that.
Y así se han visto forzados a llegar a un acuerdo.
Because of the effects, I'll come to that in a moment.
Debido al efecto que
Now, I think I've said enough on the question of the Ukrainian war.
Half of your time is gone, Ellen.
Yeah. Some comments ask, how long will it last? Well, I don't know. How long is a piece of string?
Nos han preguntado, compañeros, ¿cuánto va a durar? Pues no lo sé. ¿Qué longitud tiene un cordón?
You can't answer that question seriously.
Eso seriamente no puede
But you better be sure that the Germans in particular have got reasons for wanting this war to end quickly.
Pero estar seguros de que particularmente los alemanes tienen mucho interés en que esta
And as the crisis deepens,
y según se profundice
the Ukrainian question,
la cuestión ucraniana,
far from being a unifying national endeavor,
en lugar de ser un esfuerzo nacional unificador,
will turn into a divisive political issue.
se volverá en un tema político divisorio.
exacerbating all the social and political tensions
exacerbando todas las tensiones sociales y políticas,
within and without of the country and outside the country.
tanto dentro como fuera de los diferentes países.
You see, the Americans don't want to be seen publicly of putting pressure on the Ukrainians, but they are.
Públicamente los americanos no quieren aparecer como que están poniendo presiones sobre los ucranianos.
There's no doubt that there's no doubt that the Russians will succeed. It may take a few weeks or a few months, I don't know, but they will get the whole of the Donbass under their control.
¿Cuánto tardarán? No se sabe, semanas, meses, pero que Rusia terminará controlando todo el Donbass.
At that point, it is quite possible that Putin will declare victory and sue for peace on terms favorable to Russia.
Y en ese momento dado es posible que Putin declare victoria y busque un acuerdo de paz en que sea en términos favorables a Moscú.
Now, Kiev has already rejected
Kiev ya ha rechazado
the idea of a potential peace plan that involves a loss of territory.
la idea de un plan de paz que suponga la pérdida de territorio.
That's been pushed actively by France and Germany.
Y eso ha sido empujada esa idea principalmente por Francia y Alemania.
And Zelensky is complaining about it.
Y Zelensky se está quejando de eso.
Quote,
Cito,
they will say that we have to stop the war that is causing food problems and economic problems, he stated.
y dijo Zelensky, dirán que tenemos que terminar con esta guerra que está causando problemas de alimentación y problemas económicos.
That's just what they will say. I agree with it.
Eso es justo lo que dirán. Estoy de acuerdo con Zelensky.
In fact, in private, they're saying it already.
Y de hecho, en privado, eso ya lo están diciendo.
And in the end, that is what is going to happen, believe me.
Y eso al final es lo que va a ocurrir.
Now, it's a concrete question. Just look at the facts, the economic facts.
Mirar los hechos, simplemente los fijaos en ellos.
The Americans can afford to talk big about boycotting, saying that Europe must boycott Russian oil and gas.
Los americanos pueden permitirse decir que hay que boicotear el petróleo y el gas rusos.
Yes, but the Americans have got their own supplies of oil and gas, and Europe does not.
Claro, porque América tiene sus propios suministros de gas y de petróleo, pero Europa no.
And in particular, Germany is heavily dependent on Russian oil and gas in particular.
Y en particular, Alemania está muy dependiente del gas ruso.
So now the man in the Kremlin is having a good laugh at Germany.
Así que ahora el caballero del Kremlin ahora se está riendo bastante de Alemania.
Watching the government wriggling like a fish on a hook.
Viéndole cómo el gobierno se retuerce igual que un pez en un anzuelo.
They cut off the gas, so Gazprom cut off the gas a little, just as a little warning, you know.
Si los rusos le cierran el suministro como una pequeña advertencia.
Now they've started it up again. Now they've started the supplies again.
Han empezado de nuevo el suministro.
Yes, at a very low level, 40%.
Sí, pero a un nivel bastante bajo, de solo un 40%.
Now ask yourself, put yourself in the shoes of the German bourgeois.
Así que ahora poneros en lugar de la burguesía alemana.
What's going to happen in the winter?
¿Qué va a ocurrir en el invierno?
It's very cold in Germany in the winter.
En invierno, en Alemania, hace mucho frío.
What would it mean, for example, if the Russians suddenly decided to stop the supply of gas?
¿Qué pasaría si de repente Rusia decidiera cortar el suministro de gas?
Well, there are different estimates,
Hay distintos cálculos.
but it would lead at least to a 12.5% drop in the German economy immediately. 12.5.
Significaría una caída de la economía alemana del 10,5% de forma inmediata.
That's a deep slump.
Eso es una recesión profunda.
5.6 million jobs would be affected all across Germany.
5, puestos de trabajo se perderían en Alemania.
And some industries like steel and glass, which is very important.
Y algunas industrias como el acero y el vidrio.
if these are shut down for any length of time,
Si estas empresas, industrias, tuvieran que ser cerradas por un periodo de tiempo,
the installations will be severely damaged and it will take many months to get them back operative again.
las instalaciones se verían muy dañadas y costaría muchos meses volver a ponerlas en marcha.
Taken together, okay,
Tomadas todas juntas,
this would mean a loss
eso supondría
of 193 billion euros in just 6 months.
una pérdida de 193.000 millones de euros en este periodo
And you,
corto de
and you think the German bourgeoisie doesn't want to deal? Of course they want to deal straight away, as soon as possible.
¿Pensáis que la burguesía alemana no quiere entonces un acuerdo en Ucrania? Por supuesto que lo quiere inmediatamente.
Because the social and political consequences of this will be enormous.
Porque las consecuencias políticas y sociales de esto serán enormes.
And that's what's interesting from our point of view.
Y eso es lo que es interesante desde nuestro punto de vista.
Olaf Scholz, the German chancellor, put it very, very neatly, I thought.
Olaf Scholz lo dice de una forma muy abierta.
I quote,
Y cito,
rising energy prices
la subida de los precios de la energía
are endangering security and stability
están poniendo en peligro la seguridad y la estabilidad
in many
en
countries.
muchos países.
Yes, not just Germany.
Sí, no solo en Alemania.
And if you look at the economic press, the predictions for the world economy now,
Si miráis la prensa, la predicción para la economía internacional ahora
they're painting a very black picture.
están dibujando un cuadro muy negro.
Now, the stock exchange, they do represent something.
El mercado de valores sí que representan algo,
It represents the nervousness
representa el nerviosismo
of the investors, of the bourgeois,
de los inversores de la burguesía.
and there is turmoil in the markets now.
Y ahora mismo hay un auténtico revuelo en los mercados de valores.
The Americans are raising the interest rates.
Los americanos están aumentando los
There's a colossal inflation.
hay una inflación colosal,
It's the highest in 40 years,
la más alta en 40 años,
and they can't get it down.
y no la pueden
In the Eurozone, the situation is the same.
en la zona del euro existe una situación parecida.
I think inflation is more than 8% now.
Creo que la inflación en Europa del Euro es
The British economy is heading for a recession by the end of the year.
la economía británica va de cabeza a una recesión para finales del año.
And other European economies are even in a worse position.
Y otras economías europeas se encuentran incluso en una situación.
Now, I don't think much of bourgeois economists, as you know,
No pienso muy altamente de los economistas burgueses, ya sabéis,
but there's one of them that I happen to like.
pero hay uno de ellos que me gusta un poquillo.
He's an eccentric man called Nouriel Roubini.
Es un hombre excéntrico que se llama Nouriel Roubini.
I thought he summed the situation up quite nicely.
Yo creo que resumió la situación de una forma maja.
I'll quote his words if you like.
Voy a citar sus palabras, si queréis.
The space for he's comparing this crisis with the previous crisis.
Está comparando esta crisis actual con la anterior,
For example, 2008.
la de 2008.
He said the space for fiscal expansion
El espacio para la expansión fiscal
will be more limited this time.
será más limitada esta vez.
Most of the fiscal ammunition has already been used,
La mayoría de la munición fiscal ha sido ya utilizada
and public debts are becoming unsustainable.
y las deudas públicas se están volviendo insostenibles.
What he's saying is you can't continue to spend your way out of a crisis. You've already done that, and the result is vast, unsustainable debts.
Lo que dice es que ya no puedes utilizar más recursos para intentar evitar la deuda porque estos recursos ya han sido utilizados.
And this is his conclusion.
Y esta es su conclusión.
Things will get much worse before they get better.
Las cosas se van a volver mucho peor antes de que se mejoren.
I mean, the war in the Ukraine alone has sent economic shock waves
la propia guerra en Ucrania ya ha enviado unas ondas sísmicas económicas,
not only in Europe,
no solo en Europa,
but in the Middle East,
sino también en el Oriente Medio,
Africa,
África,
Asia,
Asia,
Latin America.
América Latina,
And for these countries,
y para estos países,
the perspective is a nightmare.
la perspectiva es la de una pesadilla.
Enormous price increases in price of major food crops.
Hay unos incrementos de precios para las cosechas de comida más fundamentales.
Mean that 44 million people in 38 countries
Significa que 44 millones en 38 países, 44 millones de gente en 38 países
are at emergency levels of hunger.
están en unos niveles de urgencia en cuanto a la hambruna.
And the imperialists are terrified of the consequences.
Y los imperialistas están aterrorizados de las consecuencias.
That's why they rush to try and do this deal to try to release grain from the Ukraine and from Russia.
Por esto es que han estado negociando apresuradamente un acuerdo para que estos granos que estaban en Ucrania salieran a los mercados mundiales.
They see the consequences of this,
Ven las consecuencias de esto
and they see the dangers,
y ven los peligros.
particularly in the case of Sri Lanka,
En particular, en el caso de Sri Lanka,
which shows how quickly a revolutionary situation can develop.
que muestra con qué rapidez una situación revolucionaria puede desarrollarse.
The economic crisis caused a colossal social and political turmoil in Sri Lanka.
La crisis económica ha creado un revuelo, unas turbulencias sociales y políticas colosales en Sri Lanka,
Which expressed itself in a revolutionary situation.
que se han expresado en una situación revolucionaria.
And it is astonishing to see the speed and the courage with which the mass of people came onto the streets.
Y es asombroso ver la velocidad y la cantidad de gente que ha salido a las calles.
They forced the president, Rajapaksa, to flee to Singapore. I think he's gone.
Que forzaron al presidente Rajapaksa a huir a Singapur.
And then there was a plan,
Y a continuación se hizo un plan,
a plot, a conspiracy
haciendo un complot
in the parliament
en el Parlamento
to install the prime minister, Ranil Wickremesinghe,
para sustituirle con el primer ministro, Ranil Wickremesinghe,
as acting president.
como el presidente en funciones.
And the news of this provoked an insurrection, an actual insurrection.
Según se supo, esta noticia provocó una insurrección.
Wickremesinghe declared a state of emergency. He ordered the army to put down the people.
Wickremesinghe declaró el estado de emergencia y ordenó al ejército que aplastara el movimiento de la gente.
As a result, the masses attacked his residence, the prime minister's residence.
Como resultado, las masas atacaron su residencia oficial
They were met with a barrage of tear gas and water cannon.
y fueron recibidos con un aluvión de gases lacrimógenos
But to no avail.
y cañones de agua, pero
Nothing could stop that human tsunami.
todo esto fue en vano. No había nada que frenara ese tsunami humano.
Communists, here you can see before your very eyes the colossal potential power of the masses.
Aquí, compañeros, podéis ver el poder potencial colosal de las masas.
Power was lying in the street waiting for someone to pick it up.
El poder yacía en las calles esperando a que alguien lo recogiera.
All that was necessary
Todo lo que era necesario
was for the leaders of the protest to announce,
es que los líderes de estas protestas hubieran anunciado:
we have the power now,
ahora tenemos el poder,
we are the government,
nosotros somos el gobierno,
and appeal to the soldiers to support them. There's many soldiers and officers also did support them.
hace un llamamiento a los soldados e incluso oficiales, y a muchos de ellos les hubieran apoyado.
But these courageous words were never spoken.
Pero esas valientes palabras nunca se pronunciaron.
And here you see the importance of revolutionary leadership.
Y aquí vemos la importancia de la dirección.
The masses in the end quietly left the presidential palace,
Las masas abandonaron el palacio presidencial
and the old power was allowed to return.
y se permitió que regresara el viejo poder.
The fruits of victory, in other words, were snatched out of the hands of the masses
Los frutos de la victoria fueron arrebatados de las manos de las masas,
and handed on a tray to the old oppressors and the parliamentary charlatans.
entregados a los parlamentarios charlatanes del Parlamento.
That is an unpalatable truth,
Esa es una verdad difícil de aceptar,
but it is the truth.
pero es la verdad.
The failure to overthrow the government
El fracaso en derrotar el gobierno
has allowed Ranil Wickremesinghe
ha permitido a Ranil Wickremesinghe
to maneuver in parliament,
maniobrar en el Parlamento
to regain the initiative,
para recuperar,
and crack down on the protests in an attempt to restore order.
aplastar las protestas en un intento de restaurar el poder.
The Sri Lankan revolution deserves a special attention.
La revolución en Sri Lanka se merece una atención especial.
I don't have time to deal with it here.
No tengo tiempo de tratar.
But the upheaval in Sri Lanka is not over, not by a long shot.
En Sri Lanka no ha visto su fin.
The underlying economic and social problems that provoke the masses into action have not been removed.
Porque los problemas económicos y sociales subterráneos que fueron los que provocaron a la acción a las masas no
And there-
han sido superados.
And therefore, the revolution will emerge on an even higher level at a certain stage.
La revolución volverá a reemerger incluso a un nivel más alto en el futuro.
Now, Sri Lanka was the first country since the start of the war in Ukraine to default on its debts.
Sri Lanka fue el primer país desde que comenzó la guerra en Ucrania que incurrió en el impago de sus deudas.
It certainly will not be the last.
Y desde luego no va a ser el último.
Bloomberg warns
Bloomberg advierte,
that, and I quote,
y cito,
a historic cascade of defaults is coming for emerging markets, unquote.
una cascada histórica de impagos va a venir por parte de los mercados emergentes.
More than 19 countries
Más de 19 países
with a population of more than 900 million people
con una población de más de 900 millones
have debt levels
tienen unos niveles de deudas
that means that default is on the cards.
que significa que los impagos están en las cartas.
The list of countries includes
La lista de estos países
El Salvador,
El Salvador,
Ghana,
Ghana,
Tunisia,
Túnez,
Egypt,
Egipto,
Pakistan,
Pakistán,
Argentina,
Argentina
and Ukraine.
y Ucrania.
And the combined debt amounts to $237 billion.
Su deuda combinada suman 237 mil millones de dólares.
Now, Pakistan is an extreme case, and I hope that the Commons will come into the discussion to speak about Pakistan.
Pakistán es un caso extremo y espero que los compañeros intervengan en la discusión para hablar más sobre el tema.
Many countries are dependent either on Russian oil or Ukrainian grain and so on.
Muchos países son dependientes del petróleo ruso o de los cereales ucranianos.
Pakistan is dependent on both.
Pakistán depende de ambos.
And already the spike in oil prices
Y ahora con la subida de los precios del petróleo
has driven up the cost of imports by more than 85%.
ha supuesto un aumento de sus importaciones en más de un 85%.
Which is it's a catastrophic situation.
Esto es una situación catastrófica.
There's a split in the ruling class, open split in the ruling class.
Hay una decisión abierta públicamente entre la clase dirigente
Which brought about the fall of Imran Khan's government.
que conllevó la caída del presidente del gobierno de Imran Khan,
Although he's staging a comeback now, I see in the Punjab.
aunque parece que está intentando volver a ir por lo menos en el
Now, this is a finished recipe for class struggle
Esta es una receta acabada para la lucha
and even a revolutionary explosion
e incluso para una explosión revolucionaria
on the lines of 1968-69.
en línea con el periodo de 1968.
The desperate position of the masses
La situación desesperante
is, in other words, is preparing for a social explosion
está preparando camino para una explosión social.
on the lines as Sri Lanka.
En el mismo sentido, de la misma manera que en Sri Lanka.
Now, what does it mean? What do these things mean?
¿Qué es lo que estas cosas significan?
It's not a question of this or that isolated case, not at all.
Porque no es cuestión de este o aquel caso aislado. ¿No?
What I'm giving you here
Lo que yo aquí os estoy diciendo
is a very accurate picture
os estoy dando un cuadro muy exacto
of what will occur
de lo que va a ocurrir
as night follows day
de la misma manera que el día le sigue a la noche
in one country after another.
un país tras otro.
And that means it's pregnant with revolutionary possibilities.
Y eso quiere decir que está preñada de posibilidades.
And that is the most important thing to bear in mind from a Marxist point of view.
Eso es lo más importante a tener en cuenta desde una perspectiva marxista.
No country is excluded from this perspective, none.
Ningún país está excluido de esta
The
perspectiva.
United States is the wealthiest country on earth.
Estados Unidos es el país más rico del mundo.
And yet the level of polarization there is extreme.
Y no obstante, el grado de polarización en ese país
And above all, the extreme contrast between wealth and poverty.
y particularmente el abismo que existe entre la máxima riqueza y la extrema propiedad.
I've already mentioned that inflation is approximately 8.6%.
Ya que la inflación es aproximadamente un 8,6%.
That's the highest in 40 years.
Esa es el punto más alto de inflación en 40
And there's a powerful undercurrent of discontent.
Y hay una corriente subterránea muy poderosa.
85% of the people
85%
say that the country is on the wrong road, on the wrong track.
piensa que el país va por el mal camino.
Biden's attempt to use the Ukraine as a distraction has failed.
El intento de Biden de utilizar a Ucrania como una distracción ha fracasado.
And the working class is beginning to emerge, to awaken, if you like, after a more or less lengthy dormant period.
Y la clase obrera está empezando a despertarse después de un periodo de letargo.
Of course, it will have to learn many lessons,
Por supuesto, tenemos que aprender muchas lecciones.
many ups and downs, many defeats also.
Tendrán que aprender muchas lecciones e incluso alzas y bajas, pasar por alzas y bajas.
I mean, the union leadership is so rotten.
Y tomemos esto, los líderes sindicales están...
That's everywhere, not just in the United States. Same in Britain, same everywhere. They're rotten.
En Gran Bretaña, en muchos países, no solo en los Estados Unidos.
They've forgotten even the elementary things that work. You have to organize workers. You have to build the unions.
Se han olvidado incluso de una idea tan básica que es la de cómo construir los sindicatos.
A large number of American workers are not even in unions.
Porque un gran número de trabajadores norteamericanos ni siquiera están en un sindicato.
I think that's particularly in the West and in the South, but that's going to change. That will change into its opposite.
Yo creo que eso es principalmente en el oeste y en el sur, pero eso va a cambiar drásticamente.
A whole generation of young workers in particular
Toda una nueva generación de jóvenes obreros
are brutally exploited in America.
están brutalmente explotados en Estados Unidos.
You remember what Marx said.
Y recordar lo que dijo Marx.
Without organization,
Sin organización,
the working class is just raw material for exploitation. That's all.
la clase obrera es simplemente materia prima para la explotación.
Just look at the conditions in the call centers or in Amazon.
Mirad simplemente las condiciones que existen en los sitios estos de que se hacen llamadas.
Where workers are subjected to brutal exploitation, long hours, and bad pay.
Los trabajadores están sometidos a unas condiciones brutales y a largas horas.
And therefore, the movement to unionize the workers in Amazon
Así que
and Starbucks is another case.
el intento de sindicalización en Amazon y en Starbucks
Is therefore a huge step forward.
es, por lo tanto, un gran paso adelante.
There's been a spate of strikes in the States.
Ha habido una serie de luchas, de huelgas en los Estados Unidos.
I think Comrade Tom will probably speak about that.
Creo que probablemente el compañero Tom hablará de ello.
And there's the beginnings of a change in the union,
Y
the
existe
unions.
el comienzo de un cambio en los sindicatos.
Now, when we come to Europe,
Cuando pasamos a Europa,
you see, Europe is now facing a deep economic crisis.
Europa se está enfrentando ahora a una crisis económica profunda.
War in the Ukraine.
La guerra en Ucrania.
And in the face of all these problems, the last thing Europe needs is political upheaval and disunity. But that's the picture we see everywhere. We saw it previously in Greece, which we said was the weakest link in the chain of European capitalism. The crisis in Greece has not been solved, of course. But that honor of being the weakest link in the chain is now reserved for Italy, where the public debt, if I'm not mistaken, is almost 150% of the gross domestic product. That's unsustainable, of course. But in order to reduce it, deep cuts in public spending will be necessary.
Son necesarios que lleven a cabo unos recortes profundos en el gasto público.
And the Italian bourgeois needs a strong government to carry through an attack on the working class.
La burguesía italiana necesita un gobierno fuerte para llevar a cabo un ataque sobre la clase obrera.
But a stable coalition government is impossible to achieve in Italy.
Pero en Italia es imposible conseguir un gobierno de coalición estable.
We saw the recent downfall of Draghi.
Vimos la reciente caída del gobierno de Draghi.
It's a further confirmation of political instability.
Que simplemente es un indicio más de la inestabilidad política.
By the way, Greece's public debt,
Por cierto, la deuda pública griega,
I think it's now 186% of GDP.
creo que ahora está en un 186% del Producto Interior Bruto.
That's the same situation as before,
Esa es la misma situación que antes,
except that the ECB, the European Commission,
excepto que
or central bank rather,
que el Banco Central Europeo
can no longer print money to escape from it.
ya no puede seguir imprimiendo dinero para escapar de ello.
In the situation of galloping inflation, that's impossible.
En una situación de inflación galopante no pueden.
Yes, but Italy is not Greece.
Sí, pero Italia no es Grecia.
The crisis in Italy
La crisis en Italia
poses a deadly threat
plantea una amenaza mortal
to one of the Eurozone's biggest economies.
a uno de las economías más grandes de la zona del euro.
Now we see a similar process in France,
Vamos a ver unos procesos similares en Francia,
where they thought that Macron would represent a revival of the centre.
donde pensaban que Macron iba a representar la personificación misma del centro.
The French have now dealt him given him a bloody nose,
Pero los franceses le han dado un buen golpe,
taking away his majority in the legislative elections.
quitándole su mayoría en las elecciones legislativas.
He called on voters to deliver a solid majority.
Él planteó a los votantes que le dieran una mayoría masiva,
But the centrist coalition suffered a total rout.
pero su coalición centrista sufrió una derrota total
In an election that's left French politics sharply polarized.
en unas elecciones que han dejado a la política francesa polarizada de forma muy aguda.
Now, Marx said that France
Marx dijo que Francia,
was the country where the class struggle was always fought to the finish.
donde la decía que Francia era el país donde la lucha de clases se llevaba a cabo hasta el final.
The Macron government is clearly a weak government.
Y el gobierno de Macron claramente es un gobierno débil.
It'll be faced with enormous pressure from both the left and the right.
Y se va a encontrar, está sometido a presiones tremendas tanto por la derecha como por la
It'll be a government of crisis from the very beginning.
va a ser un gobierno de crisis desde el mismísimo
And therefore, the stage is set for an explosion of the class struggle in France.
Por lo tanto, el escenario está establecido para una lucha de clases en Francia.
Where the workers have got a strong tradition of taking to the streets.
Una tradición por parte de la clase obrera de tomar las calles.
Some people talk about a revival of the Gilets jaunes movement.
Alguna gente habla de un reavivamiento del movimiento de Gilets jaunes.
But such is the colossal anger that is building up.
Pero existe tal indignación colosal
And the hatred of Macron,
y tal odio hacia Macron,
that I believe that a new edition of the general strike of 1968 is entirely possible.
yo creo que una nueva edición de mayo de 1968 es enteramente posible.
And like in 1968,
Igualmente, como en 1968,
it can happen without any warning.
podría ocurrir sin ninguna advertencia.
And our French communities must be prepared for that.
Y nuestros compañeros franceses tienen que estar preparados para ello.
Again, if you looked at Britain,
Una vez más, si miramos hacia Inglaterra,
not long ago, that was considered to be one of the most stable countries in Europe.
no hace mucho era considerado uno de los países más estables de Europa.
Now it's probably the most unstable.
Y probablemente ahora sea el más inestable.
The situation has become increasingly convulsive,
La situación se está volviendo cada vez más convulsiva
politically, economically, and socially.
políticamente, económicamente y socialmente.
For example, the level of strikes in Britain was historically low.
Por ejemplo, el nivel de huelgas históricamente en Gran Bretaña era muy bajo.
Now there's a change.
Ahora hay un cambio.
We've had the first national rail strike for 30 years,
Hemos tenido la primera huelga nacional de los ferrocarriles
and a whole number of low public sector workers
y toda una serie de trabajadores del sector público con salarios bajos.
are threatening to follow their example.
Que ahora mismo están amenazando con seguir su ejemplo.
There's a whole list I want to deal with. Well, I might as well give the list.
Puede que, bueno, quitar de la lista.
Bus workers,
Los trabajadores de autobuses, conductores de autobuses,
refuse workers,
de los recogedores de basura,
airport workers,
trabajadores de aeropuertos,
construction workers,
trabajadores de la construcción,
postal workers,
de correos,
civil servants,
funcionarios públicos,
teachers,
maestros,
lecturers,
profesores,
and even barristers, lawyers with their wigs, with these 18th century wigs.
abogados, abogados que llevan sus pelucas en los tribunales.
And
Ellos,
have been demonstrating on the streets.
han estado manifestándose en las calles.
Now, this poses a serious threat to the ruling class.
Esto plantea una amenaza muy grave para la clase dirigente.
And here's a quote from the Financial Times, 18th of June.
Una cita del Financial Times del 18 de junio.
Bear in mind that they've got a severe government crisis. Boris Johnson's just been ejected.
Pensar que hay una crisis severa y que Johnson acaba de ser despedido.
The trouble is that the woman that will take his place is an even bigger lunatic than him.
El problema es que la mujer que probablemente le va a sustituir es incluso más lunática.
One cabinet minister said
Un ministro del gabinete dijo
that the government was walking a delicate tightrope
que el gobierno estaba andando sobre una cuerda floja muy delicada,
of keeping pay down
tratando de mantener los salarios bajos
and avoiding an inflationary wage spiral
y evitar una espiral inflacionaria de salarios
without forcing multiple sectors on strike.
sin forzar a múltiples sectores a la huelga.
Quote,
Cito,
this is a minister.
y esto es el ministro.
If we get this wrong,
Si nos equivocamos con esto,
the risk of getting into a de facto general strike
la posibilidad de que vayamos de facto a una huelga general
will create further turmoil
creará mayor turbulencia,
that risks grinding the whole economy to a halt.
corriendo el riesgo de paralizar toda la economía.
Now, this is the language of class war.
Este es el una guerra de clases.
And it shows that the enormous possibilities will open up
Y demuestran las enormes posibilidades que están abriéndose
for the work of the British Marxist tendency.
para el trabajo que realizan los marxistas británicos.
In Germany also, I see that there's a perspective of a recovery of strikes on the industrial front.
En
9 minutes left, Alan.
Alemania
Yeah.
también veo que existe la perspectiva de una recuperación en el frente sindical.
And the main feature in all this situation
Y el principal rasgo en toda esta situación
is polarization,
es polarización.
a sharp polarization between the left and right,
Una polarización aguda entre la derecha y la izquierda,
a collapse of the political center
un colapso del centro político.
everywhere. Again, I don't have time to deal with events in Latin America, which are
También
very important.
es imposible tratar de los temas de América Latina que son muy importantes.
Not just Ecuador, which I
No
mentioned,
solo Ecuador, que ya mencioné,
but also the elections in Colombia.
sino también de las elecciones en Colombia.
By the way, I debated with this man, Gustavo Petro.
Yo tuve un debate con este hombre, Gustavo Petro,
It was in Caracas some years ago,
en Caracas hace unos años,
and it confirmed my suspicion
y confirmó mis sospechas
that the worst reformists
que los peores reformistas
are the former guerrillas.
son los antiguos guerrilleros.
In other words, I'm afraid that the Colombian workers will have to pass through the experience of a Petro government
En otras palabras, me temo que el pueblo colombiano va a tener que pasar por la experiencia de un gobierno de Petro
and it will be a very harsh school.
y va a ser una escuela muy dura.
But in the few minutes left to me, we should begin to draw the threads together.
Y en los pocos minutos que me quedan me gustaría ir atando todos los hilos.
What the picture that emerges
El cuadro que emerge
is, on the one hand, a deep crisis of
es,
capitalism
por un lado, una crisis profunda del capitalismo
and the opening up of the potential for massive class struggles
y el potencial para una lucha masiva de clases
in one country after another.
en un país tras otro.
We already see the existence of an enormous ferment.
Ya vemos los comienzos de un enorme fermento.
In other words, the objective conditions
En otras palabras, las condiciones objetivas
are not just ripe for socialist revolution,
no solamente están maduras para la revolución,
but rotten ripe.
sino prácticamente podridas.
But there's a problem, isn't there? There's a problem.
Hay un problema. ¿A que sí?
As you see in Sri Lanka yet again.
Lo vemos en Sri Lanka una vez más.
The objective conditions are ripe for revolution, yes.
Sí, las condiciones para la revolución están maduras,
But the essential factor is missing.
pero el factor fundamental está ausente.
The subjective factor
El factor subjetivo
does not correspond to the objective conditions at all.
no se corresponden con la situación objetiva en absoluto.
That is what explains the delay in the socialist revolution, nothing else.
Eso es lo que explica el retraso de la revolución.
And of course, the total bankruptcy of the so-called left.
Y también la bancarrota de la llamada izquierda.
That everywhere is the same.
Y por todas partes es lo mismo.
The left reformists have long ago abandoned any idea of changing society.
Los reformistas de izquierda hace ya mucho tiempo que han abandonado la idea de revolución.
They made their peace with the capitalist system.
Han hecho las paces con el capitalismo.
But they want a nice capitalist system, you see, a humane capitalism with a human face, they say.
Un sistema capitalista bonito, con una cara humana.
For some reason, these gentlemen regard themselves as great realists. I don't know why.
Por alguna razón, estos caballeros se consideran unos grandes realistas, no sé por qué.
This is the realism of a man who wishes to persuade a tiger to eat salads instead of flesh.
Es el realismo de un hombre que intenta convencer a un tigre que coma lechuga en lugar de carne.
In other words, they're the worst kind of reactionary utopians.
En otras palabras, son el peor tipo de utópicos.
But they'll be exposed by events,
Pero ellos van a ser desenmascarados por la realidad.
one after the other.
Uno tras otro.
And therefore, the crisis of capitalism also signifies the crisis of reformism.
Y por lo tanto, la crisis del capitalismo también va a suponer la crisis del...
All their perspectives will be shown to be false
Todas sus perspectivas van a demostrarse falsas.
in practice, in experience.
Práctica, sobre la experiencia.
5 minutes left.
By contrast, the perspectives of the Marxists will be shown to be correct.
En contraste, las perspectivas de los marxistas van a demostrar ser correctas.
Comrades, that is our main strength.
Compañeros, esa es nuestra principal fortaleza.
Not numbers or money
No números o dinero,
or a powerful apparatus,
un aparato poderoso,
but the power of ideas.
sino el poder de las ideas.
And that's something that the stupid reformists will never understand.
Eso es algo que los estúpidos reformistas nunca comprenderán.
In 1938, Leon Trotsky said
En 1938, Trotsky dijo
that the world crisis can be reduced to one thing.
que la crisis internacional podría reducirse a una sola cosa.
That's the crisis of the leadership of the working class.
Es decir, a la crisis de la dirección de la clase obrera.
And that is absolutely the case today.
Y ese es absolutamente el caso hoy en día.
We see again in Sri Lanka,
Lo vemos una vez más en Sri
and it's a
Lanka,
real tragedy,
y es una auténtica tragedia
how the lack of leadership
cómo la falta de dirección
has robbed the masses, at least in the short run, has robbed them of victory.
les ha robado a las masas, al menos a corto plazo, la victoria.
And the same tragedy will be repeated time and time again
La misma tragedia va a repetirse una y otra vez
until the working class
hasta que la clase obrera
is armed with the only program that can guarantee its success.
esté armado con el único programa que puede garantizar el éxito último.
The working class will only ever triumph
La clase obrera solo va a triunfar
when it is armed with a revolutionary socialist program.
cuando esté armado con un programa socialista revolucionario.
This program is defended by the international Marxist tendency.
Este programa es defendido por la tendencia marxista
We have
internacional.
defended under the most difficult conditions
Lo hemos defendido bajo las condiciones más difíciles.
the banner of proletarian internationalism,
La bandera del internacionalismo proletario,
the authentic ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky.
las auténticas ideas de Marx, Engels, Lenin y Trotsky.
We have the best ideas,
Nosotros tenemos las mejores ideas.
but that is not enough, comrades. That's not enough.
Eso no es suficiente, compañeros.
We have to work
Tenemos que trabajar
hard
duro
so that these ideas
de manera que estas ideas
become transformed into militant members,
se conviertan en números militantes,
so that quality becomes quantity
en que la calidad se convierta en calidad,
and quantity in turn becomes quality.
calidad y cantidad a la vez se vuelva otra vez en calidad.
The conditions are being assured for revolutionary developments everywhere. That's for certain.
Las condiciones para una revolución están maduras por todas las partes.
But you know, comrades, it's not enough. It's not the same
Compañeros, no es lo mismo
to enter into a new situation like that
entrar en una situación como esa
with an organization of 50
con una organización de 50,
to enter it with an organization of 500 or 1,000 or 10,000.
una organización con 500 o 1000 o 5000.
And therefore, we must concentrate all our energies
Por lo tanto, tenemos que reunir todas nuestras fuerzas
on the main objective,
en el principal objetivo,
which is the building of the revolutionary international in the shortest time
que
possible.
es la construcción de la internacional revolucionaria en el plazo menor posible.
Build the IMT.
Construir la CNI.
Comrades, that is the challenge before us.
Compañeros, ese es el desafío ante nosotros.
And it is a race against time.
Es una carrera contra el tiempo.
Events can catch up with us when we're not expecting it, you
Los
know.
acontecimientos pueden que nos sobrepasen cuando nos pillen desprevenidos.
And therefore, nothing must be allowed to stand in our way.
Y por lo tanto, no podemos permitir que nada se ponga en nuestro camino.
Comrades,
Compañeros,
build the IMT.
a construir la CNI,
Long live the socialist revolution.
viva la revolución socialista,
Workers of the world unite.
trabajadores del mundo unidos.
Thank you very much for that excellent speech, Alan. We will now go on to the discussion with comrades from all over the world coming to report on the conditions in their countries. And we'll start from the belly of the beast, the heart of US imperialism. with Comrade Tom Trottier from Socialist Revolution, the US section of the IMT. And after that, we'll have a brief break. So, Tom, are you ready?
Yes. Well, Marxist greetings from New York. It was an excellent lead off by Alan. As Alan explained, the crisis of world capitalism and American capitalism has intensified the class struggle everywhere. The Ukraine war and its effect on world trade has also added fuel to the fire. Beginning at the end of the George W. Bush administration, through Obama and Trump administrations, and including the first years of Biden, the US government has been pumping money into the economy with deficit spending, and the US Federal Reserve has monetized the debt, which means printing money to prop up sick American capitalism. We predicted this would lead to inflation, but extreme weakness of the private sector postponed this development. But now the economy is feeling this, plus the disruption of the supply chain due to war, COVID, sanctions, increase in protectionism. The latest inflation rate reported in the United States is over 9%. In order to counteract that, the Federal Reserve is now raising interest rates and selling some of its assets to counter the inflation, but they're trying not to cause a slump at the same time. A bourgeois economist described the Federal Reserve as trying to land an airplane safely during an earthquake. There's already a drop in home sales. In May, home sales were down 3.4%. There's also been an increase in housing costs, they estimate of $600 a month, just due to increase in interest rates. And as less people can afford to purchase a home, that's driving rents up by phenomenal numbers. All of this has sent Biden's poll numbers down. His approval rating is below 4 out of 10 Americans. Alan explained that 85% of Americans think the country is on the wrong track.
5 minutes gone.
Also, 79% believe that the economy could be described as poor. If you look at 18 to 29-year-olds, Biden's approval rating, people who strongly approve Biden, it's only 1%. Among those less than 30, 26% don't support either the Democrats or the Republicans in the upcoming November midterm elections. An even more interesting number is that 58% of Americans say that the world's oldest independent constitutional democracy needs major reforms or a complete overhaul. The trust in institutions throughout society is going down. Even the military, only 45% of the Americans have trust or confidence in the military. Biden was hoping that the US imperialism's tough stand on the Ukraine would distract people from his domestic failures, but this has not happened. Many in the ruling class don't want Biden to run again, but they don't have any strong people to take his place. It's very possible Trump could run again, and it's possible he could win. The crisis in the United States is a crisis of the regime as a whole. Ruling class institutions that helped maintain stability in the past have turned into their opposite. They now create instability. Take a look at the US Supreme Court and its recent ruling on abortion as an example. Instead of calming things down, they poured gasoline on the fire. In 1973, the Supreme Court legalized abortion as a way to cut across an abortion rights movement and a women's rights movement. Now, instead of cutting across a movement, they're actually creating a big movement. Abortion is now illegal or will soon be illegal in 16 states. And there'll be tough restrictions in another 8 states, which is almost half the country.
Five minutes left.
The Supreme Court's ruling on this and other issues like election issues, it's going to continue actually to undermine illusions in bourgeois democracy and increase questioning of the legitimacy of the US federal and state governments. The pressure is building up. This is adding fuel to the class struggle in the United States. Back in 1953, about 36% of the private sector workers in the United States were in a union. By 1995, it was down to 10.4%, and now it's 6.9%. There were record low numbers of strikes from 1990 till about 2018. But after 3 decades, the labor movement is beginning to revive in the United States. There's approximately 200 Starbucks coffee stores have voted for union representation. And there's another 200 stores that have petitioned for a union vote, or the result is pending. There's an effort being made by Apple workers in Apple stores to unionize, starting with a store in Atlanta and another store in Maryland.
Two minutes left.
And of course, we saw the victory of the Amazon labor union in being able to organize that huge Amazon warehouse in Staten Island, New York. This comes on top of a whole wave of strikes that we saw last year, particularly in October of last year. And a growth of oppositions in the Teamsters Union, in the Carpenters Union, and the United Auto Workers Union.
One minute left.
There are new layers coming forward in the labor struggles, but they will face many obstacles. As they try to figure out a way around these obstacles, there will develop more radical wings of the labor movement, and there will be many opportunities for Marxism. There is tremendous potential for the working class in the United States, but the ability of labor to use its power to bring about change is weakened by its leadership. The labor leadership accepts the capitalist system and all of its limitations. But the American working class will regain its traditions from the 1930s, plant occupations, sit-down strikes, and other militant action.
Please sum up, Tom.
And this is why we must build up the Marxist tendency. We will do this by studying theory and connecting our ideas with the growing struggles against the capitalist system. The American working class, with a Marxist leadership, can put an end to American capitalism and thereby free the world from its present chains. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that excellent contribution. We'll now have a short 10-minute break. There are two people translating in my ears, so just for the Spanish translators. Now, I'll encourage all of you again to share your images and videos of the school and your thoughts about it with the hashtag IMU22. So we'll be back again 17 past 3 p.m. UK British time, so in 10 minutes. Hello, comrades, and welcome back. I had two Spanish translators again. But we'll now move on in the discussion. The next speaker is a comrade from the Marxist tendency in Russia. So without further ado, comrade, are you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, comrades, it is pleasing for me to see you all through the borders of the war that we have today. And I think it's a good example of what proletarian internationalism is. Hamid had described Tom speaking from the belly of the beast. Well, today I'm speaking from the belly of another beast. The Russian imperialism. Today we are facing that the post-Soviet space and the whole world entered into the fourth, and next it will enter into the fifth month of an active phase of a military conflict, the seeds of which was sown during the collapse of the USSR. Those gave their first bloody shots in 2014, and now blossomed with the bloody flames of another invasion of the Russian army into the territory of Ukraine in March this year. And comrades already said how big the repercussions of this conflict. We're talking here about an inter-imperialist contradiction, the struggle for the redistribution of the markets, the struggle for national liberation, the desperate attempts of the workers in the communist movement to find a point for their revival in the Eastern Europe. And all of those are intertwined into a complex tangle. What we see cannot be reduced to only one of the listed aspects, since all of them taken all together is that they form that monstrous mixture that we're witnessing. And I can only repeat what was said, I think, at least in the last 4 or 5 years, that the events of the last 2 decades around the world have truly put to shame the cheap prophecies of Francis Fukuyama about the end of the history. Comrades, history continues and being created before our eyes in the most direct way, and the war in Ukraine is both evidence and part of this process. And since I'm talking about Russia, let me touch upon the question of the war, the Russian authorities and its actions within the framework of this war, internally and externally, and the reaction to it from the part of the Russian society and from the part of the Russian left. Obviously, the Russian regime, although it may seem pretty stern in appearance, but in fact, it's in a deep and prolonged crisis that it experienced over the last years. The protests against the pension reform and the liberal Navalny protest movement were just the first sparks that indicated this crisis.
5 minutes gone.
And in trying to answer all these challenges that it faces, the regime tries to use two old methods that are being used all over the world by any authoritarian regimes that were out there. And we are talking about a complex crisis that includes politics, social issues, and economics. On the one hand, it cuts on the social spending, attacks the rights of the workers, attacks the living conditions of the workers, and narrows the political space for free expression within the country. And on the other, it tries to win over the support and or at least the loyalty from the major part of the population with the old known trick called Little Victorious War. But as we all know, sometimes the ideas for Little Victorious War can turn into the opposite, as the Russian Revolution of 1905 teaches us. Today we see that under the pretext of the war, the Russian regime inflames the chauvinistic propaganda. It goes down and crashes down on any kind of an opposition. First, it tries to fully eliminate the liberals, and no doubts that the next aim will be the left. And it creates, on the one hand, a pretty hard conditions for us to work at the moment. But I think we must sustain a revolutionary optimism because of what the consequences of these policies will be. Because the harder you push, the harder will be the backfire of your actions. And we need to say that what awaits for the Russian regime. But do we have an immediate revolutionary perspective just now? Of course, we have it in the prolonged term, but we don't have it just at the moment. We need to say that a big part of the Russian working class at least accepted what regime done. And it comes on the one hand from the fear of even worse consequences.
Five minutes left.
And on the other hand, it based on the memories of the 90s and the implicit hatred among the big layers of the Russian working class towards the NATO. But I can assure you, comrades, as the situation will be developing, the Russian working class will awake and step over the poisonous idea that it must accept the awful regime that we have in order just to not to face the worst consequences, because those are already coming. Russian governmental officials were constantly talking about, we do not fear sanctions, we can economically overcome it and use, replace all the imports and replace them with the homegrown productions. But in fact, that's not what's happening. We can see that in general, the gross industrial production in Russia had gone 7 times less than in the whole Putin's period in comparison to the year 2000. It is the problems with replacing the imports is especially seen in the automobile industry. Where, for example, on one of the biggest national automobile factories, AvtoVAZ,
2 minutes left.
They had to abandon, in order to keep production going, they had to abandon putting, safety bags into the cars that they produce and many other elements that they were dependent on with the imports. And that's just one example. In general, I can go into the details because I have very little time, but the repercussions of the war strike economically into all the Russian society and especially on the working class. And I can assure you at some point, the working class of Russia will awake. Already by the beginning of the war, if we take the charts, about 50% of the poorest population were against the war.
1 minute left.
And although the first wave of mass protests going down the weathered way by the April, but the anger will be brewing. But it poses for us a question.
Please sum up.
Where today in Russia or Ukraine or in Europe that mass workers' party that has a clear revolutionary perspective and clearly stands against its own government? There is none. The Communist Party of the Russian Federation, its leadership absolutely capitulated to the social chauvinism. Some of the Stalinist sects done this also. Other sects on the left gone into unthinking support for the Western imperialism. And today, the Russian section of the IMT is the only one organization that gave a clear class proletarian line that stands against the Russian government and all the imperialistic forces, regardless of the side. And that's also the compliment that I can give to our Ukrainian comrades who had not succumbed to the pressure of the petty bourgeois social chauvinism.
Please sum up, Oleg.
But in order to break the situation, in order to turn it, what we need to do is to build and build and build a genuine revolutionary party in Russia, in Ukraine, and all over post-Soviet space. To turn the imperialist war into a class war. To achieve the goals of the socialist revolution. And to unite our attempts, our struggle with our sisters and brothers all over the world in order to achieve the world commune and the world socialist revolution. Long live the IMT, long live the proletarian revolution.
Thank you very much, the comrade from Russia. The next speaker will be Comrade Jérôme Metellus from Revolution, the French section of the IMT. Followed by Comrade Serge Goulard from Brazil. Are you ready, John?
I am. Okay, comrades, the process of political polarization that Alan described and the massive rejection of the bourgeois political system have been graphically expressed in the recent elections in France. That is the presidential election in April and the parliamentary elections in June. In the first round of the presidential election, compared to 2017, there was a big increase in votes for the far right and for the so-called radical left. That is, in reality, for the left reformists. In fact, without the divisive role of the Communist Party and the ultra-left organizations, in the first round, Mélenchon would have qualified for the second round. In any case, the right-wing reformists were humiliated. The Socialist Party candidate, who is the mayor of Paris, she's got less than 2%. And the Greens, they got less than 5%. Another expression of the political polarization was the attitude of millions of young people between the two rounds of the election. A lot of them rejected completely the so-called Republican Front. That is, the call to vote for Macron in order to defeat Le Pen in the second round. As a matter of fact, for the last 5 years, Macron's government has adopted all the racist and anti-Muslim demagogy of Marine Le Pen. And the Yellow Vest movement was confronted with the most brutal police repression since the War of Independence in Algeria 60 years ago. So among the youth and the most exploited sections of the working class, a lot of people were wondering, what is the real difference between Macron and Le Pen? And the only difference they could see is that Macron is in power while Le Pen is not. And that's indeed the main difference from a class point of view. The results of the parliamentary elections in June were also very significant, very interesting. The most important figure, which all the politicians try to ignore, including the left reformists, was the abstention rate. Nearly 53% in the first round and 54% in the second round.
5 minutes gone.
But if you add the blank and invalid votes, it was close to 60%. So it shows clearly a rejection of the entire bourgeois political system by a large majority of the youth and the workers. As for Macron, he lost its absolute majority in the parliament. And the National Rally, Le Pen's party, came out as the real main winner of this election, with 89 seats against 7 seats last time in 2017. As for the left parties, they united in the first round of the parliamentary election. In order to secure a significant number of seats, and they succeeded in doing so. But this very same unity between the left and the right reformists could not and did not generate a lot of enthusiasm. And they didn't increase the number of votes between 2017 and 2022. In fact, they lost, I think, 1 million votes, or a lot of votes. And therefore, in the parliamentary election, the polarization mainly expressed itself on the right. To sum up on these elections, what we have is a government of crisis from day one. And this in the context of an economic crisis and rising inflation. Which provokes already a rising number of strikes. Strike, of course, for higher wages. And Macron is well aware of his precarious position. And I'm sure he remembers that only 18 months after his first election in 2017, the Yellow Vest movement erupted. Without the treacherous role of the trade union leaders, who rejected the Yellow Vest movement, or at least distanced themselves from it. This movement could have easily overthrown the government and Macron himself. But today the situation is even worse than in 2017. So now, this summer, Macron is announcing a whole series of petty measures to support the purchasing power of the mass of the population. Without taking a penny from the capitalists, of course. Which means that Macron will take back with the right hand 10 times more than what he gives now from his left hand. In fact, he will have no choice but to attack brutally the youth and the working class. Because French capitalism has been declining for decades. And the ruling class is calling for what it calls a competitive shock. A new labor law is on the agenda, together with a new pension reform, because the previous one was interrupted by COVID. And also a massive reduction in the number of civil servants. Now, only the blinds and the cynics can imagine that such a program could be applied without provoking big movement of the workers and the youth in France. In fact, the situation is more explosive than ever, certainly more explosive than in 2017. And a new May 68 could erupt at any time, as Alan explained. The youth in particular will mobilize one way or another. Because the youth has been brutally attacked by the previous government, especially the student youth, who was completely left to itself during the peaks of the COVID crisis. You had long queues of thousands of students queuing for free food and charity associations.
2 minutes left.
And the youth was accused, of course, of being responsible of the propagation of the virus. So this new generation is getting more and more radicalized by the crisis of capitalism in general, all its features. And it is above all among the most radicalized layers of this youth that we are building and will be building the French section of the IMT. That's it.
Thank you very, very much, Jérôme. The next speaker will be Comrade Serge Goulart from Esquerda Marxista, which is the Brazilian section of the IMT. Serge will speak in Spanish, but he will be translated into English within this stream. Serge, I accidentally muted you, so maybe you can unmute yourself. There you go. Are you ready, Serge?
Ok. Saudação aos camaradas de todo o mundo. Saludos a los camaradas de todo el mundo.
Greetings to comrades all over the world who are following this event.
Y resalto que cuando hablo izquierda marxista estoy hablando de la sección brasileña de la corriente marxista internacional.
I'd like to underscore that when I say Esquerda Marxista, I am referring to the Brazilian section of the IMT.
La situación de Brasil es la expresión de la situación mundial.
The situation in Brazil is an expression of the world situation.
Época de guerras y revoluciones.
This is an epoch of wars and revolutions.
Hemos llegado a un momento de impasse de la sociedad capitalista, un sistema social que se devora a sí mismo y sumerge al mundo en el camino de la barbarie.
Capitalism has reached an impasse. This is a society that has reached a complete deadlock, and this slipping into total decomposition.
Pero hay otro camino, el camino de la lucha de clases, de la revolución proletaria y del socialismo.
But there is another road, the road of class struggle and the socialist proletarian revolution.
Del fin del régimen de la propiedad privada de los grandes medios de producción.
Of the end of the regime of private property over the large means of production.
La situación actual es de crisis de todos los regímenes burgueses y de intensa polarización social.
The current situation is one of deep crisis for all bourgeois regimes and of deep social polarization.
Y cómo resisten y luchan las masas.
And of how the masses resist and struggle.
Y en el mundo estallan insurrecciones y revoluciones. Pero hasta que construyamos los partidos obreros revolucionarios que dirijan estas insurrecciones y revoluciones.
In the world, all over the world, there are revolutions and insurrections breaking out. But until we build the revolutionary workers' party that can lead these insurrections and revolutions,
O todo siempre terminará como la espuma sobre las olas del mar.
everything will end like the waves dying out on the beach.
Pero solo para que todo empiece otra vez, como las olas del mar.
But this is only for the movement to start all over again from the beginning, like the waves breaking on the beach.
En Brasil esto es lo que se está preparando. Para comprender lo que pasa en Brasil hay que volver un poco.
This is what is in the making in Brazil. In order to understand the current situation in this country, we have to turn our eyes back, further back into the past.
En 2018, cuando Bolsonaro ganó las elecciones porque los gobiernos de Lula y Dilma traicionaron las esperanzas del pueblo,
in 2018, when Bolsonaro won the elections because the governments of Lula and Dilma had betrayed all of the expectations that they had awakened among the people,
todas las organizaciones reformistas, PT, PC, Partido Comunista de Brasil y otras, y casi toda la izquierda que se reclama de la revolución y del socialismo, anunciaron la llegada del fascismo.
when this happened, when Bolsonaro came to power, all of the reformist organizations, the Workers' Party, the Communist Party, the PSOL, and all of the so-called revolutionary and socialist left announced that fascism had taken over.
Era por supuesto una falsa línea política que mezclaba impresionismo, pánico, cobardía.
This, of course, was a mistaken political line that was a mix of impressionism, panic, cowardice, and a complete lack of any serious attempt to analyze the situation.
5 minutes gone.
Ningunos intentos serios de analizar a fondo la situación, pero también un intento de poner a todos en la línea de defensa de la democracia burguesa.
But this also reflected their efforts to put the entire left at the service of bourgeois democracy, to defend bourgeois democracy.
La izquierda marxista, tras la victoria de Bolsonaro, explicó que no se trataba de un gobierno fascista, sino de un intento de un gobierno bonapartista.
The Marxist left explained that this was not a fascist regime that had taken over, but rather an attempt to establish a Bonapartist regime.
Pero mismo este intento estaba condenado al fracaso.
But even this attempt was doomed to failure.
Bolsonaro ha demostrado que es incapaz de desarrollar un movimiento o organización fascista con base de masa.
Bolsonaro has proven incapable of building a mass fascist movement.
así como es incapaz de destruir las organizaciones obreras o partidos de izquierda.
Equally, he is incapable of crushing the workers and leftist parties and organizations.
Cuando la izquierda marxista, 3 meses después de la llegada de Bolsonaro a la presidencia, presentó públicamente la consigna de fuera Bolsonaro, fue combatido por todas las organizaciones de izquierda.
3 months into Bolsonaro's government, when the Marxist left came out with the slogan "Down with Bolsonaro," we were criticized by the entire left.
Que gritaban fascismo, fascismo.
They were simply shouting, "This is fascism, this is fascism."
En los primeros meses de gobierno, apoyadores de Bolsonaro intentaron atacar asambleas sindicales y manifestaciones estudiantiles.
In the first months of Bolsonaro's government, his followers tried to scatter trade union assemblies and some student protests.
Pero fueron rechazados, expulsados y jamás regresaron.
But they were fought back and repelled, and they never came back. Bolsonaro's followers never came back.
En determinado momento, el PC, Partido Comunista do Brasil, PSOL, PDT, PSB, han publicado una declaración nacional condenando la consigna de fuera Bolsonaro y defendiendo el derecho de Bolsonaro a gobernar.
At a given point, the different reformist parties, the Workers' Party, the Communist Party, the PDT, the PSB, they issued a joint statement saying that the slogan "Down with Bolsonaro" was mistaken and Bolsonaro had the right to rule for his entire term.
Cuando Lula salió de la prisión, nos llamó de locos que enarbolaban la consigna de fuera Bolsonaro y llamó a respetar el mandato.
When Lula came out of prison, he also said that the slogan "Down with Bolsonaro" was crazy and that we had to respect his term in office.
Pero las masas agarraron esta consigna e ignoraron los dirigentes políticos y sindicales.
But the masses went their own way. They picked up on this slogan, ignoring their trade union and left-wing leaders.
Entonces tuvieron que agarrar la consigna y convertirla en Lula presidente 2022.
It was then that the reformist parties had to accept this slogan, although they gave it a twist and turned it into the call for a Lula victory in the 2022 elections.
Para evitar una situación revolucionaria en Brasil.
They did this in order to avoid a revolutionary situation in Brazil.
5 minutes to
Cancelaron
go.
todas las manifestaciones y sacaron las masas de las calles.
5 minutes to go, Serge.
In order to end the demonstrations and take the masses away from the street.
Bolsonaro tiene su modelo Trump y lo que pasó en el Capitolio, pero no tiene esta capacidad y por esto dice para todo el tiempo que será robado en las elecciones.
Bolsonaro's role model is Trump, and he is trying to imitate him during the Capitol events, but he doesn't really have the capacity to launch such a movement. So he is now simply whimpering that the elections are going to be stolen away from him.
Pero las masas utilizarán lo que está en sus manos para derrotar Bolsonaro y en este momento votarán Lula, que debe ganar la presidencia.
But the masses will use whatever is at hand in order to get rid of Bolsonaro, and that means that they will now vote for Lula to kick him out in the elections.
Y Lula prepara en alianza con los burgueses un gobierno de unidad nacional.
On his part, Lula is preparing hand in hand with the bourgeoisie a government of national unity.
pero todo el desarrollo de la situación económica, social, política prepara un choque y un estallido revolucionario en Brasil.
But the entire social and economic situation is preparing the ground for mass social upheaval in Brazil.
Nuestra línea política es abajo Bolsonaro, abajo el capitalismo, por un gobierno obrero sin patrones ni generales, por el socialismo internacional.
Our slogan is down with Bolsonaro, down with capitalism, for a government with no bosses or generals, for socialism.
Planteando un programa revolucionario, la izquierda marxista le da un apoyo crítico a Lula sin dejar de hacer todas las críticas que se deben hacer por su alianza y por sus actitudes, por su programa.
On this line and emphasizing our revolutionary program, we call for critical support for Lula in these elections, but without watering down our criticisms in any way against Lula and against his National Unity Front.
Y en esta situación también organiza la izquierda marxista la conmemoración de 20 años de ocupación de fábricas en Brasil que estuvieran a cargo de militantes de la izquierda marxista.
2 minutes left.
In this context, in this social and political context, the Marxist left is also organizing the 20-year commemoration of the factory occupations in Brazil that were organized and led by the Marxist left.
Las ocupaciones de fábrica fueron aplastadas por una coalición de los principales sindicatos de empresarios de Brasil, del gobierno de Lula y el Poder Judicial, que tomaron la fábrica a punta de pistola.
The factory occupations were derailed and crushed by an alliance of the Employers' Federation, the judiciary, and Lula's police that took the factories at gunpoint.
Pero esta bandera sigue en las manos solamente de izquierda marxista en Brasil y nos enorgullamos de la batalla que demos. Y por esto vamos a conmemorar los 20 años de agosto a octubre.
1 minute left.
But the banner of the factory occupations belongs to us, and we take pride in this legacy. And this is why in October we will have
el futuro de la humanidad es la toma de las fábricas, es la toma del poder por la clase obrera y la reorganización de la sociedad de forma colectiva y democráticamente planificada.
Because the future of humanity lies precisely in the conquest, the takeover of the factories, the conquest of power by the working class, and the reorganization collectively and democratically on the basis of a planned economy planned by the majority of the population.
Invitamos a todos a acompañar estas celebraciones en nuestras páginas web porque están ahí preciosas lecciones.
We call on all comrades to follow this commemorations and to study the lessons of the factory occupation movement.
Viva la lucha obrera internacional, viva el socialismo internacional, trabajadores del mundo, univos, únanse.
Long live the international working class, long live international socialism, workers of the world, unite.
Saludo a todos los comunistas y revolucionarios que nos asisten y participan.
Greetings to all communists and revolutionaries who are following this event.
Thank you very much, Comrade Serge. That was excellent. The next speaker will be Comrade Jorge Martin from the International Secretariat of the IMT. And after him, we'll have Comrade Aftab from Pakistan. Jorge, are you ready?
Yes.
Take it away.
Yes, comrades, the war in Ukraine has been going on for 5 months now. And they say that the first casualty of war is truth. If you were to believe Western propaganda, Russia has been completely defeated on the battlefront for at least 3 months. The Ukrainian forces are about to wage a massive offensive on all fronts. And in a couple of weeks, they'll be taking over Moscow. And don't forget, Putin is so ill, he's about to die. And if he doesn't die, he will be immediately deposed by his generals tomorrow. But of course, this is all propaganda. And if we want to understand, we need to cut through the fog of propaganda in the mass media. We need to start from basic points. At bottom, this is a conflict between Russia, a regional imperialist power, and the United States, which is the world's largest and most powerful and reactionary imperialist power. And this conflict is being conducted on Ukrainian soil, with horrible consequences for Ukrainian civilians, for the Ukrainian soldiers who are being used as cannon fodder, and for Ukrainian infrastructure, which is being destroyed. US imperialism and its allies in NATO and other countries they supply Ukraine with ammunition, artillery pieces, missiles, intelligence, satellite images, and there is regular coordination, as they have admitted, and advice to the general staff of the Ukrainian army on the part of the top command of the Western armies. The West is training and instructing Ukrainian soldiers in different countries. The West pays the budget of the Ukrainian government. And all of this, of course, is done in the name of national sovereignty, in inverted commas. Let's be clear. We oppose the Russian invasion of Ukraine because it is reactionary and imperialist and can only have negative consequences for both the Russian and the Ukrainian working class. But as Alan has explained in his lead-off,
5 minutes gone.
the task of dealing with Putin is the task of the Russian workers. Our main enemy in the West is our own imperialist class. In reality, war is a very complicated equation. The solution of which depends on the relative strength of many different factors. Some of which are technical military factors, like the strength of different types of weaponry, air cover, air defense, intelligence, logistics. But also many other factors which are political, including the morale of the troops, the quality of the political leadership, the development of public opinion. From a military point of view, it's clear that Russia is winning the current phase of the war. After failing to force the capitulation of Zelensky by surrounding Kiev and other main cities at the beginning, the Russians changed tactics and concentrated on taking over the Donbass. And in this phase of the conflict, using the superiority in artillery, they have advanced. Slowly, but relentlessly. The Ukrainian army is sustaining heavy losses of personnel. And is having to replace trained, experienced troops with territorial defense units. The Russians have now taken over the administrative borders of the Luhansk region. And after an operational pause, which is taking place now, will advance on the administrative borders of the Donetsk region. Meanwhile, they still have control of Kherson, large parts of the Zaporizhia region, and also a part of the Kharkov region, which they need for supplying the troops on the front. Their immediate aim is to take over these 4 regions and incorporate them into the Russian Federation. In the last few weeks, the Ukrainians have been supplied with HIMARS, the high mobility artillery rocket systems, but so far only a very small number of them are on the front. These rocket systems allow Ukraine to hit the Russian rear ammunition depots, bridges, and other logistics. But the Russians have quickly adapted to these new artillery pieces in the hands of the Ukrainians. And it's very unlikely that this will decisively change the course of the war.
5 minutes left.
And now there are a number of political factors which are starting to play a bigger role. Because of the defeats or the reverses on the front, there is now a big political crisis in Ukraine. Zelensky has dismissed the head of the security service and the state prosecutor. And the Ukrainian news outlets are full of a discussion about which measures are acceptable in order to force military-aged men to turn up for the army. Alan has already explained that the sanctions on Russia have not forced Putin to change course. But they have seriously backfired on Europe. Particularly on Germany, which is facing a major crisis on this question. And now, ironically, they complain. The European Union imposed sanctions on Russia for political reasons. And now they complain, oh, Putin is using the gas to blackmail Europe. And of course he is doing that. And the cost of living crisis in Europe, which is severely aggravated by this question of sanctions and the war in Ukraine. Is putting enormous pressure on the capitalist class in Germany, France, Italy. Pressure towards achieving some sort of deal. Which will allow them to lift the sanctions, at least partially, and save their economies. And there are two recent examples of this. The grain deal that was signed yesterday.
1 minute left. Sorry, 2 minutes left.
The deal in relation to the Siemens turbine, which was being repaired in Canada for Gazprom, the Russian gas company. And a less known deal over titanium, which has been excluded from EU sanctions at the request of Airbus. When talking about this Siemens turbine, the German foreign minister said, she said, if we don't get any more gas, we won't be able to support Ukraine because we will be dealing with popular uprisings. In summary, the war in Ukraine has pushed Russia to a closer alliance with China. And it has brought to the surface the divisions between Washington and its allies in the European Union. It has been used to ramp up military spending. It has accelerated the developing world recession with very serious political and social consequences. And what we need to explain is that the only way to put an end to the horrors of war is the struggle for socialism. Because there can only be peace once we abolish the imperialist capitalist system.
Thank you very much for that excellent intervention, Jordi. The next speaker will be Comrade Aftab Ashraf from the Pakistani section of the IMT, Lal Salam. Comrade Aftab, are you ready?
Yes, Comrade.
Go ahead.
Comrade, the state of Pakistan is passing through the most severest crisis in its 75 years of existence. The country is literally on the verge of default. There is 22-23% inflation rate in the country according to the government estimates, but according to our estimates, the inflation rate in Pakistan is around about 30% at least. The currency is nosediving and the Pakistani rupee is hemorrhaging value on a daily basis. And the government ministers are, the finance minister and the government bureaucrats are running from pillar to post for securing the IMF loan. And despite having a staff level agreement with the IMF, the revival of the loan program is still getting delayed, and because of that, there is extreme turmoil in the country's financial markets, and there is panic in the stock exchange, etc., etc. A simple measure of the gravity of the situation can be that during the current fiscal year, starting from 1st of July to the next year, 30th of June, during this fiscal year, Pakistan needs $37 billion to finance its external sector, but the state bank, the Central Bank of Pakistan, has only $9.7 billion with it. Recently, the State Bank of Pakistan has raised the benchmark interest rate to 15%. That is one of the highest in all of the world, in a desperate attempt to control inflation.
Please speak shorter sentences, comrade, for the translators.
The unemployment rate, the poverty, the social and economic disorganization and breakdown is risen up to unprecedented levels. And despite all this, the government, according to its commitment with the IMF, is still preparing for more severe taxation on the working class, more severe economic attacks on the working class, privatization, etc. All of this economic crisis is being fairly reflected in the severe political and crisis of state in Pakistan. The state institutions, especially the powerful military establishment and the intelligence establishment, they are clearly divided up into various factions that are at war with each other. Various institutions are at war with each other. There are factions within the institutions that are at war with each other. And all of these contending factions of the deep state are also patronizing and backing up various bourgeois political parties.
5 minutes gone.
And all that struggle within the ruling class and the state institutions is being reflected in the current political turmoil with the fall of the Imran Khan government and the extremely unstable government of Shahbaz Sharif. The situation can be gauged from a simple fact that Punjab, that is the largest province and has almost 55% of the country's population, nobody is sure that who is governing this province and who is its chief minister. It's such a political turmoil. And similarly, the foreign policy of the Pakistani state is in shambles, and the military establishment is trying to maneuver between, trying to balance between Washington and Beijing. But the geostrategic and economic contradictions between the US and the Chinese imperialism are tearing apart a weak state like Pakistan. And against all this backdrop, there are massive political and economic and social attacks on the working class. The private industrial sector in Pakistan represents a level of exploitation and a level of repression which resemble to the level of oppression depicted by Charles Dickens in his novels in 1840s, 1850s Britain. And not only class oppression is heightening up, but also oppression on women, oppression on the youth, and especially oppression on smaller nationalities. There are covert and open military operations going on to suppress the smaller nationalities in Sindh, in former Fatah, and especially in Balochistan. But comrades, the most important point is that the molecular process of revolution, the Pakistani society is speeding up and the anger is reaching the boiling point. everybody on the street, whether they are workers, they are students, women, small peasants, oppressed nationalities, they are extremely angry and with the state and with the ruling class. And despite their all bravados, the ruling class, the rulers, they are very, both the political and the state generals and judges, they're very afraid of a possible Sri Lanka-like situation in Pakistan. There have been a lot of worker struggles and strikes in various public sector departments and private industrial areas, mass movements of oppressed nationalities and student struggles in the recent past. And all the serious bourgeois commentators can also see that where all of this anger is heading. But it is not only Pakistan in this South Asian region, which is having all these contradictions developing towards a revolution. The situation in neighboring Afghanistan has gone from bad to worse, and there is a famine-like situation in Afghanistan. There is no money with the Taliban government even to purchase the basic necessities like medicine. And there are extensive reports of infighting within the various Taliban factions, and the relations between the Taliban government and its patrons, the military establishment in Pakistan, they're also going in a bad direction, in a negative direction. The anger against the Taliban government, their Pakistani supporters, backers in Islamabad, and against the US imperialism is also rising in the Afghan masses. Which reflects itself in various small to medium-sized protests in various cities of Afghanistan that are usually led by Afghan women. If we talk about the biggest and most important country in this region, India,
Two minutes left.
India is facing the unprecedented levels of unemployment, inflation, and currency devaluation never seen before in its history. But the Indian working class is really gearing up for a huge political and social revolutionary explosion. There has been more than 7 general strikes, countrywide general strikes in the past 6 to 7 years, and the last 2 days countrywide general strike was in March this year.
1 minute left.
Similarly, last year, farmers won a victory against the right-wing populist Modi government, the very oppressive government, after a year-long struggle against the farm laws of the Modi government. But in all these countries, what really lacks is the presence of a Marxist mass leadership armed with the ideas of Marxism, Leninism, Trotskyism. I will perfectly agree with Comrade Allen that our race is with time, our competition is with time. And we should really speed up our work to build a mass revolutionary party for the working class. Thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Comrade Aftab, for that excellent intervention. And thanks to all the other comrades who've made the very good intervention so far. We will now take a bit of a break. With just under 1 hour. And we'll reconvene again at 5:30 p.m. British time, so in about 52 minutes. I'm sorry, we had some technical problems. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a fantastic discussion so far. But we have even more in store for you. Now, the first speaker now after the break will be Comrade Alex from the German section of the IMT, der Funke. So Alex, are you ready?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Over the last decade, Germany has been the bulwark of capitalist stability in Europe. But now all economic relations of the German ruling class are strained by imperialist conflicts. The ruling class in Germany is sitting between all chairs. It needs cheap Russian energy. It needs the expansion of its zone of influence in Eastern Europe. It needs economic and political ties with the USA, but also trade with China. And above all, it needs the cohesion of the EU under its political dominance. The wealth of the German economy comes from the export of that are particularly energy and capital intensive as cars and machinery. A key to its competitiveness was cheap energy from Russia. But now only 40% of Nord Stream 1's potential capacity flows to Germany. And it is more expensive now. And electricity prices are also exploding. So in consequence, earlier this month, Germany ran a trade deficit for the first time in 3 decades. The export dependence of German industry is becoming its Achilles heel. Cracks are opening in the ruling class and the government. Different wings of the establishment are struggling to find a strategy which the German imperialism can shape its position in the world. The green and liberal warmongers are publicly attacking the social democratic chancellor in whose government they sit. They demand more weapons for Ukraine and an intensification of the war. They verbally go into full confrontation with Russia and China. But this escalation is not in the interest of large parts of the ruling class. They know their dependence on Russia and China, and they see a big social crisis looming. So unity within NATO is not as strong as it appears at the surface. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is trying to find a middle way in order to maintain the deep integration of Germany into the global economy. But this strategy is suffering shipwreck in the imperialist war drive. So in order to strengthen German imperialist interests, the ruling class rely on rearmament.
5 minutes gone.
The government decided on a special fund of 100 billion euro for the army and an increase of annual military expenditure. This is a reactionary response to the ruling class to the crisis. Economic nationalism is intensifying. So, example of so-called European solidarity. The EU tried to organize centralized purchase and distribution of natural gas. But German industries like RWE oppose this. They want to organize their gas purchases themselves in fear that the EU would allocate them too little gas. Therefore, the German government blocks the EU's plan. The scenario of rationing gas is prepared in Germany. Bosses associations are pushing to give a priority to the industry and not to households. There is a massive propaganda campaign towards the working class to save energy. Also, the government prepares changes in legislation, so in winter, many families will sit in cold flats. So the economy is moving towards a deep recession. Combined with gas supply shortages, this may lead to the destruction of businesses and a massive rise of unemployment. Already during the pandemic, the state increased its debt by almost 420 billion euros in order to save the social equilibrium. Now the next bailout packages amounting to hundreds of billions are in the pipeline. Uniper, the largest gas intermediary in Germany, is being rescued by the state. A total of 15 billion euros is flowing into the company. As always, the working class has to pay. Soon there will be a drastic price increases for energy. The head of the Federal Network Agency said that families could face additional burden of 2,000 to 3,000 euros a year. Inflation will continue to rise. Officially, it is at 7.6%, but everyday goods, it's already 18%.
Five minutes left.
So the masses will not maintain the standard of living. Important collective bargaining negotiations are coming in the metal, electrical, and chemical industry, as well as the state employees. But the reformist union leaders are not organizing a united struggle, and they put forward weak demands. But workers are pushing for a fight back. Some make important lessons on the character of the state. So the bosses act hand in hand with the state against the workers. For example, the dockers in Hamburg had a confrontation with the police in the collective bargaining round just 1 week ago. And such struggles are just the beginning. So the entire establishment is discussing the potential of a social explosion. The Green Foreign Ministry, Annalena Baerbock, said that in case of massive gas outages, there will be a social unrest in Germany. So the Social Democratic Interior Minister, Nancy Faeser, said that the security forces are prepared. So the ruling class understands what they are facing now, or what they will face. Big class struggles will soon be on the order of the day. And this will have lasting destabilizing consequences for the German political regime and in consequence for the EU. So in Germany, we're entering a new historical period.
2 minutes left.
And it will be marked by the awakening of the best revolutionary traditions of the ruling working class. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. That was great. The next speaker we have is Comrade Alessio Marconi from the Italian section of the IMT. So, Alessio, are you ready?
I am Mohamed. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And good evening, everyone. Well, in really the last week, Italian politics has undergone a real earthquake. The Draghi government which was supported and held by the Italian bourgeoisie and beyond. And had a majority of 554 MPs out of 630, to give you an idea. Collapsed within a few days. The political crisis is so deep that the President of the Republic was forced to call snap elections. And this is the first time in the history of the Italian Republic that parliamentary elections will be held in the autumn. When budget laws are being discussed and a stable government has always been guaranteed. Well, it could seem inexplicable, this collapse, for a superficial observer. But the truth is that Italy is a perfect example of the inability of the ruling class to preserve stable instruments of political government in a context of a general crisis of the system. Draghi was imposed by the bourgeoisie to restore order in the institutions and manage the recovery plan. But doing so, they only moved the instability into the parties themselves. And so the government was eventually overwhelmed by the crisis of the parties and the entire political system. The bourgeoisie had moved in his support in a big way. In the last days of the government, Draghi had received public support from the bosses associations, from former ministers, from the Catholic Church, from 2,000 majors, from university rectors, and from the, of course, from the international press, from Sanchez, even from Zelensky. Even from the president of the Italian Olympic Committee. But all this was not enough. Truth is that while the newspapers painted Draghi as he were a saint, the trust in the government and the entire political system among the people was collapsing. In a recent poll, 65.3% of Italians said they had little or no trust at all in the political class. and only 6.3% said they had a strong trust. After months of a suffocating patriotic campaign and belligerent campaign, only 16% of Italians declared themselves in favor of sending arms to Kiev. So you can understand the government rhetoric demanding sacrifices from the workers in the name of peace is rejected on a mass level.
5 minutes gone.
In fact, the crisis of Draghi government manifested itself on the parliamentary terrain, but matured day by day in the increasingly hard lives conditions of tens of millions of workers, young people, and pensioners. In Italy, real wages have fallen by 2.9% from 1990. And this with now an official inflation of 8%, that is the highest since 1986 and still rising. Three out of four households are significantly reducing their spending on food and healthcare. Four million people are unable to pay their bills and risk having gas and electricity cut off. And now, the European Central Bank's decision to raise interest rates will put an enormous pressure on Italy's public debt. Which already stands above 150%. It's I think 152% now of the GDP. And the fact that any European support, there is this plan to support weaker countries. Any European support will be conditional on budget constraints. Will force a progressive return to austerity measures. After the 2020-21 public spending policies, Draghi had already started to cut subsidies, especially subsidies to the lower classes. And all these cuts that are being prepared in a situation where, for example, there is already a crisis in the health system. with a shortage of doctors, and patients abandoned in the corridors of emergency rooms. I read today on the newspaper that a doctor died of a heart attack after working for 24 hours straight. So you can understand the perspective was already that of an imminent explosion of class struggle.
5 minutes left.
But now this is combined with the political crisis. And the fact that the next election will most likely be won by the center-right. But is most right than center, since a decisive role will be played by the post-fascist party Brotherhood of Italy, Brothers of Italy. So the ruling class is terrified, and it is right to be so. Of course, they have no doubt that the right wing will defend their interests. But they are worried because they will do so by directly provoking the labor movement and young people. So classist attacks on trade union rights, layoffs on school healthcare. Will be combined by the whole reactionary armamentarium of xenophobia, sexism, homophobia, and repression. And this is a recipe for the explosion of the labor movement and youth movement. In fact, we could say the perfect storm is gathering. So the turning point that has occurred in the last few days moves us into an explosive phase of the class struggle at an accelerated pace. The political reference point on the left is completely missing. And the union leadership is paralyzed. I think the CGIL, it's the major trade union, had leadership, had even made an appeal for the Draghi government to remain in charge. But you see, the entry of the working class will change the whole picture in society, on the political terrain, and within the union. And honestly, we are lucky to have so many international examples of such processes to learn from.
One minute left.
We will be the only ones to advance a clear revolutionary perspective. and to invest our energy so that this perspective can assert itself in the real terrain of the class struggle and convince the best elements. So along these lines, the Italian section of the IMT is preparing for the autumn ahead. With the awareness of the clash that is preparing, with the clarity that comes from Marxist analysis, and with the optimism for the incomparable strength of the working class. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alessio. That was very good.
बहुत शुक्रिया Alexia, ये बहुत अच्छी contribution थी.
The next speaker will be Comrade Ubaldo from the Mexican section of the IMT. Ubaldo will speak for 15 minutes, followed by Comrade Ilva from Sweden. Are you ready, Ubaldo?
Sí, sí.
Go ahead.
Bueno, todo el continente en América está siendo arrastrado a un nuevo periodo de lucha de clases.
The entire American continent is being dragged into a new period in the class struggle.
La pandemia fue un desastre, principalmente para países como Perú o México, donde los índices de exceso de muertes llegaron a niveles brutales.
The pandemic was a complete disaster, especially for countries like Mexico or Peru, where the death toll was reached unseen levels.
En Perú, por ejemplo, fallecieron 1 por cada 130 personas. Esto es 10 veces mayor a la media mundial.
In Peru, for instance, 1 in every 130 people died because of COVID. This is 10 times the global average.
En términos económicos, también tuvo efectos catastróficos.
Economically, the impact of the pandemic was also catastrophic.
En el 2020 todas las economías cayeron y tuvieron un repunte al siguiente año. Sin embargo, los salarios no se han recuperado y se encuentran un 6.8% por debajo del periodo prepandemia.
The year 2020 saw a drastic slump in the economies of Latin America. There was a recovery in 2021, but wages did not recover. They are still 6.8% on average behind pre-pandemic levels.
Ahora mismo hay una ola de inflación, como en todo el mundo. La CEPAL ha dicho que los más afectados serán las mujeres y los jóvenes.
As everywhere, we see a spike in inflation in Latin America. And the CEPAL points out that those who will suffer the most will be women and the youth.
Mientras que el crecimiento estimado para la zona en este año es de 1.8%, la inflación promedio será de 8.1%, afectando principalmente a los alimentos y los energéticos.
Growth this year will be of 1.8%, whereas inflation will reach 8.1%, and it will be will be stronger among food and energy prices.
La pobreza se ha incrementado como fruto de la pandemia y la inflación.
Extreme poverty has also increased as a consequence of the pandemic and of inflation.
La pobreza extrema también se ha incrementado, llegando a 94.2 millones de personas que no tienen para completar los alimentos al día.
Yes, extreme poverty now affects 94.2 million people who have trouble getting enough food to get by the day.
No solo es un problema económico, la pandemia ha incrementado la deserción escolar hasta en un 14% y la violencia a la mujer en las casas llegó a picos brutales. El peor lugar es México,
con 3.462 asesinatos de la mujer durante el 2020.
But this is not simply an economic problem. For instance, the pandemic led to a hike in school dropouts that increased by 14%. And also we saw an increase in violence against women. In this respect, the worst country is Mexico, where 3,462 women were murdered in 2020.
En el mismo periodo, los grandes millonarios han incrementado sus fortunas de forma escandalosa, abriendo la brecha entre ricos y pobres.
At the same time, in this very same period, the super rich increased their fortunes, widening the gap between the rich and the poor.
El número de multimillonarios de la región subió de 76 a 107. El total de su fortuna acumulada escaló de $284,000 millones a $480,000 millones.
The number of multimillionaires in Latin America increased in those years of the pandemic from 76 to 107 multimillionaires, and the total fortune went from $284 billion to $480 billion.
La acumulación de capital crece aceleradamente y por el otro lado, las masas sufren.
5 minutes gone.
On the one hand, the accumulation of capital is intensified, and on the other hand, the suffering of the masses increases.
Esto es material inflamable en toda la región. Todo el continente está siendo sacudido por movilizaciones de masas. En algunos lugares hay intentos insurreccionales.
And this is creating a powder keg in the region. The whole continent is being shaken by mass mobilization. And in some places we have seen insurrectionary movements.
Cuando a las masas se les cierra la posibilidad de ir más allá en las calles por su dirección, viran al terreno electoral y están provocando inestabilidad política en toda la región.
When the lack of leadership blocks the insurrectionary road, blocks the movement on the streets, the masses reorient to the electoral front, and this is provoking political instability across the region.
El paro general en junio de 18 días en Ecuador da muestra de esto que estamos diciendo.
The general strike that lasted for 18 days in Ecuador is a very clear example of what I'm describing.
Este paro fue convocado por la CONAI y movilizó a decenas de miles en todo el país. Algunas regiones tuvieron dimensiones insurreccionales.
This stoppage was promoted by the indigenous organization CONAIE, and it brought out tens of thousands onto the streets, and the movement in some parts of the country reached insurrectionary dimensions.
Aunque el paro tuvo deficiencias serias en su dirección, particularmente porque una acción así planteaba el tema del poder, la dirección no planteó una idea clara sobre este tema.
However, this general stoppage had serious handicaps in its leadership, basically because such a movement raises the question of power, and the leadership did not have a clear position on this.
No obstante eso, el gobierno del banquero Lasso tuvo que hacer concesiones serias para desmovilizar.
Nevertheless, the government of the banker Lasso had to make serious concessions in order to derail and deactivate the movement.
Entre las conquistas, se logró reducir el precio de la gasolina, el del diésel, frenar las concesiones mineras en ciertas zonas, mayor presupuesto para el sistema de salud y subsidios a fertilizantes, entre otras.
Some of the conquests of this movement was the reduction in the price of diesel and gasoline. Some mining concessions were in certain regions were blocked, and the budget for healthcare and the subsidies for fertilizers were increased.
Una cosa importante es que es el sector de la izquierda de la CONAI, particularmente Leonidas Issa, su dirigente, salió fortalecido y la confianza entre los sectores indígenas y la juventud es de victoria.
The most important consequence of the stoppage is that the left wing of the CONAIE, of the indigenous movement led by Leonidas Issa, was strengthened by all this, and among the youth and the indigenous population, there is a feeling of confidence and of victory.
Otro país que ha tenido movilizaciones importantes es Perú.
Another country that witnessed big mobilizations is Peru.
Pedro Castillo llegó a la presidencia en medio de una crisis política del régimen que ya dura años.
Pedro Castillo came to power in the midst of a deep political crisis that has been going on for years.
Llegó apoyado por los partidos y organizaciones de izquierda. Sin embargo, en cada ocasión en que la burguesía le ha presionado, él ha cedido, deshaciéndose de los sectores más a la izquierda y reorganizando su gabinete con personeros de la oligarquía.
He was propelled to power by the organizations and the parties of the left. But whenever the bourgeoisie put pressure on him, he always capitulated, purging the left-wing sectors and redesigning his cabinet following the guidance of the oligarchy.
Esto ha desmoralizado a sus seguidores y causado una crisis entre los sectores que le impulsaron.
This has demoralized his followers and led to a crisis among the movement that brought him to power.
Su programa reformista se ha ido diluyendo rápidamente, manteniendo la idea de la Asamblea Constituyente como único vínculo entre él y fuertes sectores del movimiento que tienen esperanzas en ella.
His reformist program has gradually been watered down to the point that his main slogan now is the Constituent Assembly, which is the only link he has with his social base.
5 minutes left.
El gobierno de Castillo es un claro ejemplo que en un momento de crisis el reformismo no puede mantenerse entre dos fuegos, o apoya a los trabajadores o a la burguesía.
This is a clear example that in times of crisis, reformists cannot serve two masters. They must either take the side of the workers or of the bourgeoisie.
Castillo se ha inclinado a apoyar a la burguesía, a pesar de que ésta no ha perdido una oportunidad para destituirlo.
Castillo has sided with the ruling class, but the ruling class has not forgotten about its agenda to get rid of him.
Una parte de la burguesía quiere deshacerse de él, otra piensa que eso abriría una crisis revolucionaria. Lo quiere mantener como títere para que atienda la crisis y tratar de contener la posible insurrección del pueblo.
Part of the bourgeoisie wants to get rid of him immediately, but another sector thinks that such a move would unleash a revolutionary crisis. So they want to keep him in power so that he can put a check on a possible insurrection by the people.
También ha habido movilizaciones por el alto costo de los energéticos y de la canasta básica en Panamá.
There have also been protests against the price of fuel and of the food basket in Panama.
Pero el caso más emblemático en este periodo ha sido la victoria de Gustavo Petro en Colombia.
But the most significant case in this period has been the victory of Gustavo Petro in Colombia.
Esta victoria es resultado directo del paro nacional, el cual duró 3 meses a pesar de la brutal represión el año pasado, donde la juventud y los sectores explotados sin una dirección impulsaron una lucha poniendo sobre las cuerdas al gobierno de Duque y al uribismo.
His victory was the direct consequence of the general strike, the paro nacional of last year that went on for 3 months despite brutal repression. The youth and the oppressed came out to the streets and fought against the government, despite the fact that they did not have a leadership, and they put Duque in a very difficult situation.
El paro fue una inspiración para todo el continente. Su motor fue la juventud.
The strike was a source of inspiration for the entire continent, and its driving force was the youth.
2 minutes left.
La victoria de Petro, a pesar de su programa, fue un giro de las masas de la calle a la vía electoral. Ha sido un acontecimiento histórico, pues es la primera vez que un gobierno de izquierda reformista llega a la presidencia.
The victory of Petro took place despite his program, and it was the result of a turn among the masses from the streets to the electoral front, and this is a historical victory because it is the first time that the left reformist comes to power in Colombia.
El triunfo ha desatado una ola de esperanza entre los colombianos. Sin embargo, el gobierno reformista será una dura escuela para las masas.
His victory has generated tremendous expectations amongst Colombians. However, his reformist government will be a very hard school for the masses.
En su primer discurso ha dicho que su proyecto no es terminar con el capitalismo, sino desarrollarlo.
In his first speech during his inauguration, he said that his aim is not to abolish capitalism, but rather to develop it, which is rubbish.
Pero aún con las pequeñas reformas que ha planteado, una tímida reforma agraria, un plan de jubilaciones decente, evitar el saqueo de los recursos naturales, habrá un sector de la burguesía que no va a ceder y luchará por terminar con su gobierno.
However, even the very modest reforms that he's putting forward, such as a very timid land reform, a reform to the pension system to increase pensions and to stop the pillage of natural resources, will lead to a rebellion of the bourgeoisie against him. They will fight against his government.
Se abrirá un periodo de lucha de clases y el gobierno mostrará sus límites, igual que la burguesía mostrará su verdadera cara y saldrá a la luz la necesidad de la lucha por el socialismo.
This will open a phase of intense class struggle. The government will show its limits, and the bourgeoisie will also reveal its true face. And this will all show the need for socialism.
Lo que vemos en todo el continente es el mismo proceso moviéndose a ritmos diferentes.
What we see across the continent is the same process that takes different forms and moves at different rhythms.
La crisis orgánica del capital en la región está haciendo insoportable la vida para millones, pero la clase obrera y la juventud van a responder como hasta ahora hemos visto.
The organic crisis of capitalism in the region is making life unbearable for millions of workers, for youth, for women, but they will respond in the way that they've been that we've been seeing.
Nuestra tarea por la construcción del Partido Revolucionario es urgente en toda la región.
Our task is to build a revolutionary party across the region, and this is more urgent now than ever.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ubaldo. The next speaker will be Comrade Ylva from the Swedish section. Followed by a brief break. Are you ready, Ylva?
I am.
Go ahead.
Hi, comrades. Greetings from Sweden, Motala. So when the Ukraine war broke out, an ear-deafening campaign was launched in Sweden The message was that Russia invading Ukraine was only the first step. Soon, Russian soldiers might crawl out of the Baltic Sea. Onto the small Swedish island of Gotland. To then launch a full-scale invasion of Sweden. Now, this campaign had a very clear aim. To whip up enough fear to convince Swedes of the need to join NATO. And this had an effect. For the first time, a majority was obtained in the polls for a NATO membership. And so the Swedish Social Democratic government hurried in changing their views in favor of a membership. Abandoning the old so-called neutrality. Of course, in reality, Sweden has never been neutral. As a weak imperialist country, it has balanced between other more powerful nations. Collaborating with both Nazi Germany and the Allied forces during the Second World War. And during the post-war period, the formal neutrality was a useful tool for the bourgeoisie and the social democracy in deceiving workers. Cultivating this image of peaceful, nice, neutral Sweden. Whilst in reality collaborating closely with the US. And ever since the fall of the Soviet Union, step by step, they have collaborated more and more openly and closely with the US and NATO. With increased participation in imperialist interventions like that in Afghanistan. Now, the social democracy, the right wing and the ruling class has a much greater use of diverting the attention from workers' real problems by pointing towards the so-called threat from the East. Rather than putting all their efforts into upholding this image of this nicer Swedish capitalism.
Five minutes gone.
Which is becoming more and more difficult anyway. There are also many possibilities that are advantageous to the Swedish ruling class in joining NATO. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, the Swedish capitalists have invested ever more capital in the Baltic countries. Two Swedish banks now own more than half of the Baltic banking system. In joining NATO, Sweden will not be a voice of peace or whatever nonsense they might claim. It will be one of the fiercest advocates of a hard line towards Russia. to defend its imperialist interests in the Baltic countries against Russia. But the process of joining NATO was not as smooth as they claimed it would be. For months, the message in the media in Sweden was that all NATO countries were waiting with open arms for Sweden and Finland. And that the process would be quick and painless. And they claimed that the biggest risk of a Russian invasion would be during the application process. So therefore, it was important to move very fast. But then Erdogan stepped in and decided to use the conflict between the US and Russia to get as many concessions for Turkey as possible. And though it now looks like Sweden will be let in, unless Erdogan thinks of other things, and the Swedish bourgeoisie is thrilled about it. Joining NATO also comes with a heavy price for Swedish capitalism. Just like the pandemic exposed the crisis of Swedish welfare, this will be another big blow to the image of Sweden as a much nicer capitalist country, or perhaps even a socialist country. The dirty deal made with Turkey in selling out the Kurds was only the first step. The increased sales of Swedish weapons will also get more spotlight. And this, together with growing class contradictions, political polarization, rising inflation, a housing bubble dangerously close to bursting,
Ten minutes gone.
Having among the most indebted households in Europe, and poisonous racist propaganda, a NATO membership is only going to add further instability for Swedish capitalism. And Sweden is joining NATO at a time of ever-growing conflicts between the NATO allies. And what this means is that all those countries that yesterday looked quiet and peaceful those who on the surface might still look quiet and peaceful are one by one revealing the most glaring contradictions. The time has come for class struggle and revolutions everywhere. Also in Sweden and the rest of Scandinavia. And that means that the time has come for us Marxists. And we must make the most of it and build with urgency the forces of Marxism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ylva. That was truly excellent. We will now go for a short break. And we will come back again at 6:45 British time. So that's in 14 minutes. Where Rob Sewell from Britain will speak before Alan Woods sums up the discussion. Thank you to all the comrades. See you in a minute. Well, welcome back to everyone all over the world. We will now have the final intervention of this session. By Rob Sewell, who is from the British section of the IMT, Socialist Appeal. So Rob, if you're ready.
Well, comrades, it's not that long ago that the British bourgeoisie used to sneer at the European counterparts. They would laugh at the instability in Europe, especially in Italy. Oh yes, they had a very good laugh. Every few months, governments would collapse. Whereas in Britain, of course, in contrast, it was the epitome of stability. And of course, there was some truth in this. Because for decades, Britain was considered probably the most stable country in Europe. And the success of the Tory party was the envy of bourgeois parties on the continent. But as the Bible says, you know, the first should be last and the last should be first. And they're not laughing now. That Britain has become probably one of the most unstable countries in Europe. In fact, the contradictions are building so rapidly that we're on the verge of a social explosion. And these days, the Tory party, the Conservative Party, this great success, resembles today the inside of a lunatic asylum. As Alan has said, dialectically, everything has been turned on its head. Ever since 2015, Britain has been hit by a series of shocks. You had the dramatic rise of Scottish independence. You had the shock of the vote for Brexit. The election of Jeremy Corbyn as the leader of the Labour Party. And now we have the present unprecedented turmoil. But these separate crises were simply tremors of a future earthquake. As one bourgeois commentator said recently, this autumn, Britain will be hit with a financial cataclysm. It is like, and other comrades have mentioned it, it's like a perfect storm. where all the contradictions are coming to the fore. And what a change, what an incredible change. I mean, for the last 40 years, I would say, the industrial front has been practically dead. Strikes were few and far between. Now, with the working class who's facing an inflation of 10 or 12%, in other words, big cuts in real wages, together with energy prices are going up a further 65% in October.
Five minutes gone.
A whole layer of workers are taking action or voting for strike action. Alan mentioned them, from railway workers to barristers, of all people. This has come on the backs of years of attacks on the working class. And layers of workers who have never been on strike before are moving into action. And despite the fact that Britain's anti-trade union laws where workers are forced to vote by ballot for strike action, that many have voted between 95% and even 99% in favor of strike action. And what's remarkable is the public sympathy for these votes, for these strikes. And to show the mood developing in Britain, you had the reactionary Murdoch newspaper called The Sun, or The Sun, had a front page, class war, the whole front page. You know, Marx once explained that the revolution sometimes needs the whip of the counter-revolution to drive it forward. Here we have the whip of a cost of living crisis, which is promoting the class struggle. And this shift in the class struggle represents, without doubt, a reawakening of the British working class. Yeah, after a 40-year sleep. It is a turning point in the class struggle, as we predicted. Of course, the ruling class is extremely alarmed. Britain has once again become the sick man of Europe, although Italy obviously competes as well for that. In fact, next year, according to the OECD, out of the the G20 countries, Britain will be the worst affected apart from Russia. I mean, inflation is the highest in the G7. And on top of this, the crisis of Brexit is threatening to ignite a new trade war with Europe. So this is a disastrous situation for British capitalism, as well as a disaster for the working class. As a result, the trade union leaders are under enormous pressure from below to take action. That's why the possibility of a general strike is inherent in the situation.
Ten minutes gone.
At the same time, you have a government in paralysis. It's a paralyzed government. Johnson was forced out after 50 ministers resigned from his government. So this is not just a government of crisis, you've got a crisis of the regime. And Britain at this stage, at this vital stage, is run by, yes, as Alan said, lunatics, madmen. But the problem the bourgeois have is not just to get rid of Boris Johnson, but the people who could replace him could be worse than Johnson. There's an election now, and the favorite to win is a person called Liz Truss. And she wanted to go even further than Johnson in scrapping the Northern Ireland Agreement and provoking a trade war with Europe. So if she wins, which is, I think, likely, it's going to be an ongoing deep crisis in British capitalism. And what has been prepared in Britain after so long is the development of, yes, of a pre-revolutionary crisis. Of course, this crisis will be a protracted one. It'll go over a long period of time. But the process has begun. The ruling class is in disarray. And the working class is on the move.
2 minutes left.
We're in a stormy period of a sharp and sudden changes in consciousness. How long this government will last, we don't know. It could collapse at any time. And then the bourgeoisie might turn to Keir Starmer, the Labour leader, to form a government. But it will be the same. They'll have the same policies as the Tory government. In other words, it will also be a government of crisis. And it's on these events, these huge events that are coming, that was going to transform the consciousness of the masses. Of course, this is not going to be a straight line. On the contrary, there's going to be ups and downs in the class struggle. But out of this experience will come the stealing of the British working class. And therefore I say that Trotsky's writings on Britain have never been more relevant than they are today. And therefore our task must be to realize what's coming and prepare ourselves for the mighty events that impend. And the inevitable move at a certain point towards the British Revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. Now, comrades, this has been a really marvelous discussion. I'd like to thank all the comrades for their speeches today. They've been full of lessons from the class struggle all over the world. And I also want to highlight the fact that while we've been having this session, the registrations have continued to come in.
Turn that noise off.
So whereas we started the day with 6,606 registrants, Mm-hmm. 6,606 registrations. We now have 6,897 registrations. So I'm sure we'll surpass the 7,000 mark by the end of today, or maybe early tomorrow. And it shows not only that there's a thirst for Marxist theory out there, but also that our social media campaign is working. The comrades should keep it up. And again, I'll encourage all comrades to keep sharing photos, videos, and so on social media using the hashtag IMU22. So we can spread these ideas as widely as possible. Now, before I give the word back to Comrade Allen, who will reply to this discussion, I'll remind you that this is not the end of the agenda today. After Alan, we'll have a short break, and then we'll move on to the session on revolutionary finances. So Alan, if you're ready.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Antes de que hable Alan, ¿se me oye bien?
Well, comrades, I think it's been, as Hamid said, a marvelous discussion.
Creo que, como ha dicho Hamid, hemos tenido una maravillosa discusión.
And the underlying theme
Y el tema subyacente
of all the interventions, they were all very good, by the way, all the comments spoke well.
todas las intervenciones, que son intervenciones, todas fueron muy buenas.
I don't have time, I just have to touch on some of them, that's all.
Y solo voy a tener ocasión de pasar por encima por algunas de ellas.
But like a red thread running through the whole discussion
Pero como un hilo rojo recorriendo la discusión
is the general tendency towards polarization,
es la tendencia general hacia la polarización.
the breakdown of the political center, as Jerome explained in relation to France.
La ruptura del centro político, como explicó Jerome cuando intervino sobre Francia.
And what that means fundamentally is an increasing tendency towards class struggle.
Y eso lo que significa es una tendencia hacia la lucha de clases.
Now it's interesting, you know, we've had a lot of success with our theoretical journal.
Hemos tenido mucho éxito con nuestro revista teórica
In Defense of Marxism.
llamada En defensa del marxismo.
And in the present issue, there's a very interesting article by Comrade John Peterson from New York.
Y en el número corriente hay un artículo muy interesante escrito por el compañero John Peterson de la sección americana
About the American Civil War.
sobre la guerra civil americana.
Now, this is a more relevant subject than what you might think,
Y este es un tema mucho más relevante que lo que quizás os podríais imaginar.
because believe it or not, there's an active discussion taking place in the USA at this moment in time.
Justo en estos momentos, lo creáis o no, hay una discusión bastante activa sobre este tema.
On the subject, can there be a civil war in the USA today?
El tema, siendo el tema, ¿podría haber una guerra civil en Estados Unidos?
It was first raised, as a matter of fact, in the Davos conference last year. It was discussed then.
Se planteó por primera vez el año pasado en la conferencia de Davos.
And since then, there's been a number of books on the subject,
Y desde entonces han salido toda una serie de libros sobre el tema.
selling very well, apparently.
Parece ser que se están vendiendo muy bien.
One of them is by a person called Barbara F. Walter,
Uno es de Barbara F. Walter,
with a fascinating title,
con un título fascinante.
How Civil Wars Start and How to Stop Them.
¿Cómo empieza la guerra civil y cómo pararla?
If anyone sees Barbara, tell her from me, it's far easier to start one than to finish one. But there we are.
Si alguien conoce a esta Bárbara o la va a ver, que le diga que es más fácil empezar una guerra, de mi parte, que le diga que es más fácil empezar una guerra.
But to go back to polarization,
Pero para volver al tema de la polarización.
it is quite clear that in November, the midterm elections,
Está claro que las elecciones de medio del ciclo político en noviembre,
the Democrats are going to be decimated. I don't have any doubts about it.
demócratas van a ser diezmados, de eso no tengo la menor duda.
Which poses a question in 2024
Y eso plantea la cuestión de que en el año
that
2024
Trump might well return to power.
Trump podría regresar al poder.
Now, whether or not all of this leads into civil war is not at all clear to me.
Ahora, si todo esto va a llevar o no a la guerra civil, pues no lo tengo totalmente claro.
I think it's a little bit premature.
Creo que es un poco prematuro.
But that the seeds of a future civil war are being sown at this moment in time is entirely possible.
Pero que la posibilidad de una guerra civil en el futuro, las semillas están siendo sembradas ahora, pues de eso no tengo la menor duda.
Or more correctly, because they want to avoid the word revolution, you see, more correctly.
Más correctamente, porque ellos intentan evitar a toda costa mencionar la palabra revolución.
The seeds are being sown
Las semillas están sembrándose
for an almighty social explosion.
para una explosión social poderosa.
And that's inevitable at the moment in the United States, yes.
Eso es inevitable en los Estados Unidos. Sí.
You know, as a matter of fact, even now, as Comrade Tom pointed out in his excellent
De
intervention,
hecho, como señaló el compañero Tom en su excelente intervención,
there's no shortage of combustible material in US society and politics right now.
hay no hay escasez de material combustible en los Estados Unidos justamente ahora,
like this question of abortion.
como la cuestión del aborto.
So it's just waiting for a conflagration. They're just waiting for a spark then to set off a conflagration.
Está simplemente a la espera, se está a la espera de una chispa que estalle la conflagración.
And it may well be that the victory of Trump, which I think is quite likely, will provide such a spark.
Y es posible que el triunfo de Trump, que parece bastante probable, podría proveer esa chispa.
See, what's the problem here? What's the problem in every single case?
¿Cuál es el problema en cada uno de estos casos?
It's the absence of a coherent point of reference.
Es la ausencia de un punto de referencia coherente.
And in America, given that absence, the only point that people can see is precisely Donald Trump again.
Y en el caso de América, la falta de ese punto de referencia, pues podría significar que la gente volverá a aglutinarse a través de Trump.
I'll make a prediction now. I'll make a prediction now.
Y voy a hacer ahora mismo una predicción.
Under conditions of a deep capitalist crisis,
Bajo condiciones de una crisis capitalista profunda,
the experience of a Trump administration
la experiencia de una administración de Trump
will finish Trump for good.
va a acabar con Trump para siempre.
It'll expose him completely.
Porque le va a desenmascarar.
And it will serve to deepen all the contradictions
Va a servir para profundizar todas las contradicciones
and create the conditions
y crear las condiciones
for the emergence of a whole new generation of revolutionary fighters.
para la emergencia de toda una generación de jóvenes luchadores.
And I'll make another prediction.
Y voy a hacer otra predicción.
Many of them will be former Trumpites, many of them.
Muchos de ellos van a ser antiguos trumpistas.
They swing violently from the extreme right to the extreme left. I predict that now.
Moverse de la extrema derecha radicalmente hacia la extrema izquierda.
Now, Comrade Oleg from Russia again made a very interesting intervention, as always.
El compañero Oleg de Rusia también hizo una interesante intervención, como es su costumbre.
And I agree with him. At this stage, Putin has got support among the working class. Yes, big support among the Russian working class.
Ahora mismo Putin tiene apoyo entre la clase trabajadora, sí, entre la clase
And
trabajadora.
the main weakness
Y la principal
of the anti-war movement in Russia
del movimiento antiguerra en Rusia
is very simple.
es muy simple.
It's identified with the bourgeois liberals,
Es porque se identifica con los burgueses liberales
and that's the kiss of death.
y ese es el beso de la muerte.
The workers hate them, they distrust them completely.
Los trabajadores les odian.
And the anti-war movement can never succeed in breaking through to the Russian working class unless it breaks from the bourgeois liberals first.
Y el movimiento antiguerra nunca va a conseguir alcanzar a los trabajadores si no rompe con el ala liberal.
Is that surprising? It's not really surprising.
¿Eso os sorprende? No, no debería.
Look, the Russian workers may not like Putin very much,
Porque a los trabajadores rusos puede que no les guste mucho Putin,
but they hate US imperialism and they hate NATO,
pero odian más a los Estados Unidos y a la OTAN.
which they rightly see as an enemy and as a threat.
Y correctamente los ven como un enemigo y una amenaza.
No, there's not yet, as Oleg correctly said, there's not yet a revolutionary situation in Russia, but that can change. Of course, it could change.
No es todavía una situación revolucionaria, pero eso podría cambiar.
The masses in Russia will put up with quite a lot for quite a long time. They will put up
Están
with
dispuestas a
things.
aguantar bastante durante bastante tiempo.
But if the war drags on for too long,
Pero si la guerra dura demasiado tiempo,
and we don't know how, so people have asked, how long will it last? Well, I answer, how long is a piece of string, my friend? You can't answer that question.
no puedo contestar a los que me preguntan que cuánto va a durar, qué longitud tiene.
If it drags on for longer, then of course the mood of the masses will change. There's no two ways about it.
Si se prolonga la guerra, entonces el ambiente entre las masas cambiará.
And again, what's the problem?
Y otra vez más, ¿cuál es el problema?
If I was in Russia, I've been in Russia, I've made the same point. I would say the same thing I always say.
Si estuviera en Rusia y he estado en Rusia muchas veces, diría lo mismo que he dicho en el pasado.
There's only one problem in Russia.
Solo hay un problema en Rusia.
If the Communist Party of Russia was a communist party, there'd be no problem.
Si el Partido Comunista Ruso fuera un partido comunista, entonces no habría problemas.
But it's not.
Pero no lo es.
And that, as Oleg explained.
Y eso lo ha explicado Oleg.
Now, on the question of the war, by the way, let's be clear about one thing, in case there's any doubt in anybody's mind.
Sobre la cuestión de la guerra vamos a aclarar una cosa en caso de que haya alguien con dudas en su mente.
Look, it is a matter of complete and utter indifference to us Which side wins in this war?
Para nosotros,
Completely indifferent.
un asunto de total indiferencia acerca de quién puede ganar esta guerra.
If Russia loses,
Porque si Rusia pierde,
I don't think they will, but if they do lose,
¿qué pasará eso? Pero si perdiera,
it will mean the collapse of Putin almost immediately, I think,
significaría la caída, el colapso de Putin casi inmediatamente.
and the beginnings of a revolution in Russia, which we welcome.
El comienzo de una revolución en Rusia que nosotros damos la bienvenida.
But if Russia wins,
Pero si Rusia gana,
that'll be a body blow to US imperialism and NATO,
será un golpe de muerte al imperialismo americano y a la OTAN.
and all the right-wing scoundrels and rubbish that support them.
A todos esos sinvergüenzas de derechas que les apoyan.
And that would suit us also very well. Would suit us very well. So we don't worry about that. That's fine
También
by
nos
us.
vendría bien.
Anyway, we'll see what happens.
Así que bueno, ya veremos lo que pasará.
Now, I've mentioned Jorge Martin, as usual, spoke very well on the Ukraine.
10 minutes gone, Ellen.
Sobre Ucrania.
This is, and he mentioned the unprecedented barrage of propaganda. I've never seen anything like it.
Mencionó la propaganda, el diluvio de propaganda que nunca hemos visto algo parecido.
Reminds me what Joseph Goebbels used to say. You know, Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister.
Goebbels, que era el ministro de propaganda de Hitler.
He was a smart guy, Goebbels. You know, he wasn't stupid.
Tipo listo.
Bastard, but it's a smart bastard. They're the most dangerous sort.
Pero un hijo de puta listo.
And he said, if you want to tell a lie, don't tell a little. Please don't tell a little lie.
¿Quieres decir una mentira? No digas una mentirilla.
Little lies are no good to anybody.
Las mentirijillas no son buenas para nadie.
No, tell a big lie. The bigger, the better.
Una mentira grande, cuanto más grande,
The bigger and most blatant, gross lie that you can think of.
más descarada, más gruesa,
And
más vasta.
if you repeat it and repeat it and repeat it,
Y si la repites, la repites y la repites,
eventually people will believe it.
al final la gente lo creerá.
And that's he had a point. There's no two ways about it.
Él tenía razón en eso.
This barrage of propaganda has had an effect. There's no two ways about it.
De propaganda, sin duda, ha tenido una influencia.
Yeah, but that lie will not resist the pressure of great events.
Pero esa mentira no resistirán la presión de los grandes acontecimientos.
It's going to be exposed, mercilessly, cruelly exposed.
Siendo expuestas al final del día.
Oh, yes.
Ah, sí.
Solidarity, they're all united. Aren't they all united? Yeah, you know. You got to believe they're all united because they say they're all united, so it must be true.
Unidos, eso es lo que dicen, así que habrá que creerlo, que están todos unidos.
Don't you believe what the press says? What's the matter?
¿No creéis lo que dice la
Haven't we got a free press?
¿No tenemos una
Free
prensa
press, my ass.
prensa libre? La hostia.
Boris Johnson, well, he's just, the poor man has just lost power. You've got to feel sorry for him, you know.
Pobrecillo, acaba de perder el poder, así que nos tenemos que
But
sentir
he showed the real meaning of solidarity.
Pero él ha demostrado cuál es el auténtico significado.
He did the stupid thing. He's always doing stupid things, you know.
Porque siempre está haciendo estupidez.
He said what he thinks.
Y él
It's not a good policy, comrades,
hace lo que dice, y eso no es una buena política.
for a professional politician to say what he thinks. That's a very bad thing indeed.
Político profesional,
Anyway.
decir lo que piensa, eso no es bueno.
What are the Brits going to do if the Europeans are short of gas this winter and freezing in their houses? What are the Brits going to do?
Los británicos si se quedan cortos de gas los europeos.
He said
Y lo dijo.
he intends to cut off gas supplies to mainland Europe.
Dispuesto a cortar el suministro de gas al continente europeo
Under an emergency plan.
Bajo un plan de emergencia.
If Russia cuts off the gas.
Si Rusia les corta
Yes,
el gas.
they start by cutting off the pipelines to the Netherlands and Belgium. So you better buy some extra blankets, Eric.
Y empezarían cortándoles las tuberías a Holanda y a Bélgica. Así que
Well, you know,
a veces se compran
it reminds me of the old Chinese proverb, you know.
Me recuerda un viejo dicho chino.
What do you do when you see a man falling?
¿Qué es lo que hay que hacer cuando ves cayendo a un hombre?
Answer.
La respuesta,
Give him a push.
dale un empujón.
Long live international unity and solidarity.
Viva
Yeah.
la solidaridad internacional.
That's the capitalist system for you girls and boys. That's what it is.
El sistema capitalista para vosotros.
And then Comrade Ilva made an interesting comment.
Compañera Ilva hizo un comentario muy importante.
So Putin's going to invade Sweden now, is he?
Oh, así que Putin va a invadir.
I don't know why he should do a thing like that, but there you are.
Querría hacer una cosa semejante.
And now I've heard everything.
Así que ahora ya he oído todo.
Not quite everything, Ilva, not quite everything. I'll tell you something.
Y voy a decirte a ti algo.
This terrible Putin, he wants to invade Britain as well.
Este terrible Putin.
Yes, he's planning to invade us as well.
Invadir también Inglaterra.
That's right.
A nosotros.
And I mean, it's a bit silly, really, on his part. It's a silly mistake.
Un error
I mean,
por su parte.
look, why should the British people want to be ruled
¿Por qué el pueblo británico querría ser dominado
by a corrupt individual
por un individuo corrupto
who believes he's above the law,
que cree que está por encima de la
has
ley,
no
no
principles,
tiene principios,
is a systematic liar,
es un mentiroso compulsivo,
and is only motivated by the possession of wealth and personal power?
solo está motivado por la posesión de riqueza y poder?
Why would you want something like that when we've already got it, for Christ's sake? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, he's gone now. Leave him alone.
Así que bueno, Johnson ya se ha ido, así que le dejaremos en paz.
Comrade Afran dealt very effectively with the effects of the war in Pakistan.
También habló muy bien sobre los efectos de la guerra que está teniendo en
I won't
Pakistán.
repeat what he said.
No voy a repetir lo que dijo.
Just to say that all the points
Ya, solo decir
that the comments made, all were leading in the same direction.
todos los puntos que los distintos compañeros han planteado
Inexorably.
llevan hacia la misma dirección.
A movement in the direction of greater class struggle and revolution,
Movimiento hacia la lucha de clases y la revolución,
including Germany.
incluyendo Alemania.
You know, I thought Comrade Alex always speaks very well.
El compañero Alex siempre habla muy bien.
And the Greens and the Liberals are the worst warmongers.
Los verdes y los liberales son siempre
They wouldn't mind if there was a third world war. It looks like, of course, they're pacifists. So you'd expect that from pacifists, wouldn't you?
importaría ni siquiera
A lovely world war. Everyone goes up in nuclear bombs and so on. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yes, they're also very stupid.
Sí, pero el caso es que también son muy estúpidos.
Their policy, well, it reminds me of something the French diplomat said. Was it Talleyrand? I can't remember.
Política me recuerda a un político francés.
And he said, "C'est pire qu'un crime. C'est une faute.
Bueno, lo he dicho en francés.
It's worse than a crime. It's a mistake."
Es peor que un crimen, es un error.
Typical of the diplomats, you know. Anyway, they'll soon be those bastards are soon going to be woken up with a bump.
De todas maneras, todos esos idiotas van a ser despertados con un gran a bombo y platillo.
Comes the winter, when things get cold,
Llegue el invierno y la gente empiece a pasar frío.
and the greedy German bosses want all the gas for themselves, and let the old age pensioners freeze to death in their houses. What do we care?
Exigirán que todo el gas les vaya a ellos y que si los viejitos se congelan, que se congelen.
That will go down well in Germany, won't it?
Eso no,
You know.
no creo que caiga muy bien en Alemania.
That will sharpen up the class struggle in Germany very nicely. Thank you very much.
Para afilar la lucha de clases en Alemania.
And the German workers, it's true, they've been dormant for a long time, the German working class.
Los alemanes es verdad que han estado en un estado de letargo
But,
durante mucho tiempo.
but be warned, comrades, don't write off the German workers too soon.
Advierto, compañeros, no excluyáis a la clase trabajadora.
Under these conditions,
Porque bajo estas
the German workers can quickly catch up with the Greeks, the French, and the Italian working class.
Los obreros alemanes podrían ponerse a la altura inmediatamente de los griegos, de los franceses o de los
And as Alex said, they will return to the best traditions of the past.
como Alex ha dicho, volverán a las mejores tradiciones del pasado.
The real traditions of Germany, the German working class,
Auténticas tradiciones de la clase obrera alemana.
which we stand for, and we are proud that we stand for those traditions.
Defendemos y estamos orgullosos.
Traditions of Marx, Engels, Rosa Luxemburg, and Karl Liebknecht. That's our tradition. I'll ask you again, made all the points and listen to it, there's no need to elaborate that. And again, there's another general feature, isn't there? There's another general feature. One by one, the old parties and leaders are being put to the test. Not in words, but in practice. Yes, and they're all found wanting, as the Bible would put it. They've been found wanting. They've been weighed in the scales and found wanting. There's a general hatred towards all the traditional parties, as a matter of fact. Before, people had illusions in these parties. They'd always vote for the same party. Not anymore. Not anymore. It's finished. And there's enormous anger building against all of them. Tremendous anger building up.
20 minutes gone, Alan.
Yeah. And that's 20 minutes of real time or what? No.
Yeah, so 20 minutes left.
Yeah, I thought so. And therefore, this is true in Italy. As you said, that the majority of the Italian workers have no time for any of the parties. So he said that what you've just seen in the last week in Italy was a political earthquake, and that's correct. The Draghi government was supposed to be a strong government. It collapsed like a house of cards in the space of 1 week. The ruling class don't want new elections, but there'll have to be new elections now. And it's quite possible, I think it's quite probable that there'll be a right-wing coalition government. And I can imagine all the fake lefts going around clutching it. Oh, look at the reaction. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Oh. You just laugh at those people. It's a concrete question. All right, so there's a right-wing coalition government in Italy. What can they do in conditions of deep capitalist crisis? You tell me, what can they do? No, they will be exposed very quickly. And they'll collapse as quickly as they'll go up like a rocket and come down like a stick. And then what? Sometimes in the past, not anymore. I'm glad to see that. Not anymore. But the Italian communists used to complain about, oh look, there's no Workers' Party in Italy. There's no Workers' Party. That's quite right. There is no Workers' Party in Italy. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, I'll tell you. In the past, in 1969, for example, and I'm convinced, I have no doubt about it. The conditions are building up for a repetition of 1968-69 in Italy. Massive general strike, factory occupations, the lot, mass demonstrations. Same in Pakistan, by the way. Same in France. It's the traditions, the old traditions. Now, here's the point. Here's the problem for the ruling class, and it's a big problem. What saved their bacon? What saved them in France and Italy in 1968-69? What saved them? The existence of a powerful Stalinist party that controlled the unions and had no wish to take power. You know, at the beginning of the general strike in France, General de Gaulle was the president, supposed to be a strong man. Wasn't a strong man at all. Once the workers began to move, this strong man was reduced to nothing.
Una vez que la clase obrera empezó a moverse, este hombre fuerte fue reducido a la
And the American ambassador, I think his name is Carlucci, Frank Carlucci, Thomas will correct me.
Frank Carlucci era el embajador americano en Francia.
He was alarmed at the developments in France. He went to see de Gaulle.
Alarmado de lo que los acontecimientos desarrollándose en Francia.
He said, what's happening? What's happening?
Y le preguntó, ¿qué ocurre?
Workers are seizing the factories. 10 million workers seizing the factories.
10 millones de obreros que han tomado las fábricas.
You know what de Gaulle told Carlucci?
¿Sabéis qué le contestó de Gaulle a Carlucci?
He said, it's all up, it's all finished, the game's up.
Todo ha terminado, el juego se ha perdido.
In a few days, the communists will be in power.
En cuestión de días, el Partido Comunista estará en el poder.
De Gaulle said that. I didn't say it. De Gaulle said that.
Eso lo dijo de Gaulle.
And that should have been the case.
Y ese debería de haber sido el caso.
But the so-called communists didn't want power.
Los llamados comunistas no querían el poder.
It's the last thing they wanted.
Eso era la última cosa.
The Stalinists saved the French capitalist system in 1968. No two ways about it.
Salvaron el sistema capitalista francés en 1968.
And the Stalinists saved it in Italian capitalism
Lo mismo el caso del capitalismo
in 1969. No two ways about that either.
con el Partido Comunista.
But now there's no communist party
Ahora no hay
in Italy, and there's no communist party to speak of in France either.
tampoco hay un partido comunista de que merezca hablar en Francia.
What does that mean?
¿Qué significa eso?
Italian capitalism is like a car which is going downhill
El capitalismo italiano es como un coche que baja colina abajo
without any brakes.
sin frenos.
Without any brakes. Don't you understand that the function of the reformers is to act as a brake on the movement?
La función de los reformistas es precisamente ponerle frenos al movimiento.
No reformist party or no reformist trade union leaders, no brakes.
No hay partido reformista, no hay sindicatos reformistas, no hay frenos.
And therefore, the whole situation will be out of control very quickly.
Y por lo tanto, toda la situación va a escaparse de control muy rápidamente.
Revolution will be on the cards, even without a party.
La revolución estará en el orden del día incluso sin partido.
The working class is not like, it's not like an orchestra that needs a conductor to be conducting all the time, you know.
No es como una orquesta que necesita un director y que le dirige.
The working class is not going to wait for us, you know.
La clase trabajadora no va a esperarnos.
Somebody asked me, they sometimes ask me, well, when will the workers move, Alan? When will the workers move?
Se van a empezar a mover los trabajadores.
In Britain, for example.
En Gran Bretaña, por ejemplo.
I was asked that question many times.
Esa pregunta me la han hecho muchas veces.
I answer.
Y yo contesto.
Comrades, to that question, I'll give you a very precise answer.
Compañero, a esa pregunta te voy a dar una respuesta muy precisa.
The working class will move
La clase obrera se movilizará
when they are ready.
cuando estén listos.
Not one moment before, not 1 minute afterwards.
Ni un momento antes, ni un minuto después.
Yeah, but we have to be prepared for this, you know.
Nosotros tenemos que estar
The
preparados.
biggest mistake that communists can make in any country,
El mayor error que pueden cometer los compañeros
because things are moving slowly, because there's no sign of anything taking place,
parece que están moviéndose lentamente
that we are not prepared.
y entonces no nos preparemos.
What happened in France in 1968?
¿Qué ocurrió en Francia en 1968?
That movement, it fell like lightning from a clear blue sky.
El movimiento surgió como un relámpago
No warning.
cielo azul.
No warning, nothing.
Advertencia, nada.
The workers were relatively quiet.
Los trabajadores estaban en una situación de relativa tranquilidad.
Trade union membership in France
Los miembros de
was not more than 4 million, 3.5 million, I think,
los sindicalistas en Francia componían un máximo de 4 millones.
because of the bankruptcy of the trade union leaders.
Debido a la bancarrota de los líderes sindicales.
Yes, but 10 million workers occupied the factories
Las ocupaciones de las fábricas fueron realizadas
in a couple of days.
millones de trabajadores.
Whole factories became organized.
Cuestión de 2 días.
Whole factories,
Fábricas enteras.
where there were no trade union.
O sea, se movilizaron sin sindicatos siquiera,
Trade unions were banned.
porque estaban incluso prohibidos.
I think it was the Citroën factory.
Yo creo que era la fábrica de Citroën.
They organized themselves. Thousands and thousands of workers poured into the unions.
Se organizaron miles y miles, formaron sindicatos.
And there should have been a revolution in France and in Italy. There should have been a revolution.
Debería haber habido una revolución en Italia y en Francia
Now,
y en Italia.
history will repeat itself, my friends.
La historia, amigos míos, se repetirá.
But the question is, are we prepared for this?
¿Estamos preparados para esto?
Are you personally prepared?
¿Estás personalmente preparado?
Are you psychologically prepared for it?
¿Preparado psicológicamente?
Not just talking about perspectives in general.
De hablar de perspectivas en general.
You know, with these perspectives must mean something.
Estas perspectivas tienen que significar.
They must be a guide to action. That's what perspectives are.
10 minutes left.
Right now, the whole discussion shows that we are entering into an entirely different situation. The bourgeoisie is extremely pessimistic now. I read The Economist the other day. I think it was yesterday, I think. It warns of darkening economic skies
cielos económicos ennegrecidos
and the coming threat of a bitter winter of discontent.
La venidera amenaza de un invierno de descontento.
That's their perspective.
Esa es su perspectiva.
And it continues.
Y sigue.
It said, but look in almost any direction, almost any direction.
Mira en todas las direcciones.
And there are reasons to be concerned about chilling threats to the world economy in any direction, it said.
Mires por donde mires, hay una amenaza hacia la situación.
In other words, the outlook of the bourgeois economists is extremely pessimistic.
Es decir, que las perspectivas de la burguesía son de pesimismo total.
They see the danger that what I said at the beginning, the entire system is collapsing, is about to collapse around their ears.
Todo el sistema está colapsando ante sus ojos.
That's one side of the equation, one side of the picture.
Es una parte de la ecuación.
But you know, there is another side of the picture.
¿Sabéis que hay otro lado de esta ecuación?
In spite of all this,
A pesar de todo esto,
just think
pensad
of the enormous wealth
en la enorme riqueza
that is being created by the labor of the working
está
class
siendo creada por la mano de obra
in recent decades.
en las recientes décadas.
Colossal wealth, which if it were used properly,
Y si esta riqueza fuese utilizada de forma adecuada,
would be more than enough to solve all the problems of humanity.
más que suficiente para resolver todos los problemas de la humanidad.
There'd be no more hunger, no more homelessness, no more people dying of elementary diseases.
No habría gente sin techo o muriendo de enfermedades que podrían haber sido ya encontrada una solución.
Let me just quantify that.
Dejadme cuantificar
In
esto.
1970,
En 1970,
the world economy was only about 3 trillion in GDP.
3 trillion.
Yeah.
¿En qué año? 1970.
Yeah, 3 trillion.
La riqueza, toda la riqueza del mundo consistía en 3 billones de dólares.
Now it's 30 times greater than 30 times greater than that.
Es 30 veces mayor.
And in the next 30 years,
Y en los próximos 30 años,
they calculate, the bourgeois economists calculate,
los economistas burgueses
the
calculan
global economy is again expected to more or less double.
que la economía global se espera que más o menos se volverá a doblar.
So by the year 2050,
Así que para el año 2050,
global GDP
el Producto Interior Bruto generalizado
could be close
podría estar
to $180 trillion.
el equivalente a 180.000
Billones.
billones con B.
That's on a capitalist basis.
Eso sería sobre las bases capitalistas.
On the basis of a planned socialist economy,
Sobre las bases de una economía
you could multiply these figures many times.
esa cifra podrías multiplicarla muchas veces.
But what do these figures mean?
Pero, ¿qué significan estas cifras?
Think about it.
Pensadlo.
It means, comrades,
Significan, compañeros,
that there's absolutely nothing utopian about the perspectives of socialism, nothing at all.
no hay nada utópico sobre la idea del socialismo.
In reality,
En realidad,
the material basis for a socialist world already exists.
Bases materiales para un mundo socialista ya existen.
And just think of this.
Pensad en esto.
We have in our hands,
Tenemos en nuestras manos,
the human race has in its hands,
la raza humana tiene en sus manos
all that is necessary to build a paradise in this world.
todo lo que es necesario para construir un paraíso en la tierra.
Because there is no other, you know.
Porque no hay otro.
You only live once, my friends. We only live once.
Solo vivimos una vez.
And that's possible.
Y eso es posible.
This is a tantalizing vision before us, which we should never forget this.
Es una visión tentadora que nunca debemos de olvidar.
But the prior condition
La condición previa a
is the overthrow of the capitalist system.
el derrocamiento del sistema capitalista.
I think Comrade Serge said that it's a choice between socialism or barbarism, of course.
El compañero Serge mencionó que la alternativa es o socialismo o
Of course, that's the only choice.
Esa es la única elección.
5 minutes left.
And Comrade Ilva, and again in a very good intervention,
Igualmente tuvo una buena intervención.
said something important.
Dijo algo importante.
That big opportunities can present themselves
Que las
before
grandes
us.
se pueden presentar grandes oportunidades delante de nosotros.
And this can happen far more quickly than we imagine.
Esto podría ocurrir mucho antes de lo que nosotros.
So, comrades,
Así que, compañeros,
to sum up this marvelous discussion,
para resumir esta maravillosa discusión,
we must be prepared.
tenemos que estar preparados.
In the first place, politically, theoretically prepared with the ideas of Marxism.
Con las ideas del marxismo.
But that preparation must lead to the building of an organization.
Preparación tiene que llevar a la creación, o sea, el desarrollo de una organización.
Leon Trotsky, that great revolutionary leader and martyr of the working class,
Trotsky, ese gran líder y mártir de la clase obrera,
once said,
dijo en una ocasión,
ideas without organization is like a knife without a blade.
las ideas sin una organización se asemejan a un cuchillo, a la hoja de un cuchillo sin filo.
So that is the one central task.
Así que esa es la tarea central.
It's a responsibility for all of us.
Es la responsabilidad de todos nosotros.
The preparations must take place right now. It's no good. It's no good. Once the revolution begins, like in Sri Lanka, you haven't got an organization, it's too late.
Porque si la revolución tiene lugar, como por ejemplo ahora en Sri Lanka, ya es demasiado tarde.
And therefore, our task
Por lo tanto, nuestra tarea
is an urgent one.
es una tarea
And we
urgente.
must proceed with due urgency.
Y por lo tanto, tenemos que actuar con urgencia.
And therefore, I appeal to all the comrades present at this school.
Yo hago un llamamiento a todos los compañeros que asisten a esta escuela.
My friend, if you're not already a member of the IMT, of the International Marxist Tendency,
Todavía no eres un miembro de la CMI, de la corriente marxista internacional.
right now I'm asking you to join.
Justo ahora estoy pidiéndote que entres.
If you agree with the ideas here, of course.
De acuerdo, por supuesto.
We're serious people, and therefore we're based upon ideas.
Nosotros somos gente seria y nos basamos en ideas.
And I'll give you 2 good reasons why you should join us.
Y te voy a dar 2 buenas razones por las que creo que tienes que entrar.
First of all, we need you.
En primer lugar, te necesitamos.
We need your help to build the forces of revolutionary Marxism in your own country and internationally.
Te necesitamos para construir las fuerzas del marxismo en tu país y en la internacional.
But I'll give you another reason, even more important reason.
Y te voy a dar otra razón más importante.
You see, you also need us.
Tú también nos necesitas.
You can't be an individual, isolated atom as a Marxist. You have to be a member of a revolutionary organization.
Ser un individuo aislado.
So, on that note, I will finish
Con esa nota termino.
what I think was a very successful session, opening session. I'm sure the others will be even better.
Una buena sesión de apertura. Y
But
estoy seguro de que las demás sesiones van a ser.
I'd just like you to think of one thing,
Pero quiero que penséis una sola cosa.
that there is nothing in your life,
Que no hay nada en vuestras
nothing in
vidas,
our lives,
nada en nuestras vidas,
no cause more important
no hay ninguna causa más importante
than the building of the necessary instrument for changing society.
que la construcción de instrumento que sirva para transformar la sociedad.
Comrades, let us build together
Compañeros, construyámoslo juntos.
a mighty organization of the working class,
Organización poderosa de la clase obrera
which is destined to lead the proletariat,
que está destinada a dirigir el proletariado,
to overthrow this monstrous capitalist system
derribar este monstruoso sistema capitalista
and lead the human race
y dirigir a la raza humana,
out of the darkness
llevarla fuera de la oscuridad
and into the light of a higher form of human civilization.
la luz de una luz que significa una nueva civilización.
The World Socialist Federation.
La Federación Socialista Mundial.
Thank you very, very much, Alan. That was an excellent reply. Unfortunately, you can't see all the people clapping all over the world. But I'm sure we all know that it's happening. So, comrades, this has really been an excellent session. We'll now take a break for just around 14 minutes until 8 p.m. British time, where we'll proceed to discuss revolutionary finances. Okay.